Ben
Ben
10
10 Ultimate
Ultimate
Alien.
Alien. Ultimate Alien, as he would say. So, this is the third entry in the Ben 10 franchise, and I must say, this is probably the most mixed opinion I have had on a Ben 10 series, even more so than the original series. Because I feel like they were trying to capture so badly the lightning in a bottle twice that was the DNA alien story arc from Alien Force, because that story arc I would say is my favorite story arc in the whole of Ben 10 so far, and I feel like they were really trying to capture that again, but they just couldn't quite capture it in the same way as it was done there, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like uh I do feel like Ben 10 I feel like Ultimate Alien was trying to take what Alien Force season 3 did and try to refine it. And to give it credit, it's better than Alien Force season 3. A lot of things are.
Uh,
But
oh, I would say in hindsight there are things that I do I do think are okay with season 3 of Alien Force, like Kevin becoming a mutant again. I feel like that was all right, but there is something that I feel that should have happened in this series, particularly, that didn't happen, and we'll get to that when we get to it. It involves Gwen. We've discussed this off stream before about what I feel like Gwen's character should have been throughout Ultimate Alien.
mhm.
So we'll get to that when we get to it. But without being around the bush, we might as well just start diving into the episodes, because one of the things that I do like and I do appreciate that they did take in Ultimate is the fact that right off the gate, Ben's secret identity is revealed to the world, which thank God it took this long for it to actually get out.
Yep. This is also where we meet Will Harang, a very J. Jonah Jameson, whatever the DC equivalent is named. I don't know.
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't know either. Or as I like to call him, a certain controversial figure online.
it's
With
Alex
the
Jones.
yeah,
Stop beating around the bush.
yeah. I was trying to not get this video flagged for mentioning his name, Tyler. But yeah, it's Alex Jones. That's essentially what I was like when I was watching it, because all throughout Ultimate Alien, he's always like, "Oh, Ben's a menace to everything." He just spouts, and he literally tries his best to like make it out so much that Ben is the bad guy, to the point that he'll send out uh out crafts just to get Ben in trouble.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harang wasn't the inspiration for his character wasn't from like the conspiracy theorist types.
It probably was. It absolutely probably was. And also we have like the stats for Ben. Like 26% of him think 26% of the public think he's a menace. 74% think he's a threat. So what's the other 10%? Well, the other 10% is our boy Jimmy. Jimmy Jones, who is the kid who basically exposes Ben to the world, but he doesn't do it. And this is what I love about Jimmy, is like he has no malice intention as well. He is just like the biggest Ben fanboy, to the point that he calls Ben. He doesn't want to call Ben by his first name. He's just like Mr. Tennyson, and I just love that about Jimmy. Everyone needs a Jimmy in their lives.
Yeah, I it's unfortunate we don't see a lot from Jimmy, but I think like if they used him a bit more, he totally could have he totally been a interesting asset to the team, especially like with with an episode we'll be getting to, but there's also another plot line set up here with the with the
The
Andromeda 5.
Yeah, the
As we
Andromeda 5 and Agrigor.
mhm. as we
Yeah,
see the trio flying to Florida in the Rust Bucket 3, which is a giant fucking jet.
which call it something else other than the Rust Bucket 3. It's like the Rust Bucket, that's an RV. Call it something else. Also as well, it's fine, Shadow Dash, but thanks for coming. Thanks for coming along. But yeah, call it something else than the call it like just the Rust Bucket ship or just something like that. Just anything other than the Rust Bucket 3.
And it's
But go ahead.
And it's at a military base in Florida where we also meet Colonel Rosum, who is a colonel in the military, and they inform a team that a certain core to a rocket ship is missing, and it also has the capabilities to be a nuclear bomb. When the Alien Force team pursues, they run into a interesting alien creature who goes by the name Velvin.
Yeah, who is essentially someone who's just like, I just want to go home, essentially.
Yep. The reason why he took that nuclear reactor engine thing is because he wants to go home. However, once the Alien Force team takes down his wicked torch, they leave him hanging from a bunch of ropes to be picked up by the plumbers. But instead of the plumbers, we meet this horned figure with a staff who will henceforth be known as Agrigor.
Or as I called him one time, Hex. I hate that I called him Hex at one point. But yeah, so that's essentially like the main plot point for the first 2 seasons of Ultimate Alien. Again, very much trying to capture the lightning in a bottle with the DNA Alien. But also, because this is Ultimate Alien, we have the Ultimatrix and we have Ultimate Alien forms. The first one is Ultimate Spider Monkey, which is essentially just an ape with spider legs.
Yeah, I think Omniverse will get the Ultimate Spider Monkey thing, like what it means to be an Ultimate Spider Monkey transformation down way better.
Yeah. Also, as well, I was excited. We've got to do it. We've got to do it. What Shadow Dash has put in here. I was excited when I saw my boy Chromastone back, because we had that running gag every single time Chromastone appeared. You had to shout,
"My boy!"
Yeah. So yeah, we have the boy Chromastone back as well.
When he comes back, he immediately gets defeated.
Yeah. Wah. Yeah, so the other notes that I had for this episode: Kevin being a dick to kids, nothing's changed. Aliens stealing tech, what else is new? And Ben thinks accessing databases on Earth are boring. Ben, what kind of superhero are you? But the other note that I had for this was Jimmy thought Jet Ray was Jeffrey. I love that. Like, you're such a fanboy, but you have different names for the creatures they turn into. I love that. Yeah, shame he got beaten by the water guy. Yeah, it is a shame. But hey, at least Ben's being recognized as a hero at school as well. So yeah, that was all the notes I had for Fame. So we have episode 2, Duped, aka Freeway Ben episode as Echo Echo.
Okay, so God, I hate this episode.
Go on, have your rant, Tyler. Have your rant.
Also, we only took 9 minutes to talk about episode 1. I think that's a record. But
Yeah.
The episode opens with Ben going after the Forever Knights, who took a giant take up to a museum as he gets a call from Gwen about a tennis match that Julie's participating in. He arrives late, and his fame, and because he's famous, everybody's getting autographs, which blows Julie's concentration. And Gwen rides Ben for being an insufferable jerk.
Well, to be fair to Ben, playing devil's advocate here, it wasn't his fault that the crowd were just like, "Hey, it's Ben Tennyson, it's Ben Tennyson." It's like everywhere he goes, fanboys and fangirls alike are going to be following him. So it's not his fault that he just happened to be with. I mean, he did at least come and support Julie, which is more than I can say for Gwen. Gwen is a hypocrite in hindsight about this because of the fact that she's berating Ben for being late, whereas as we'll see in a later episode, she does the exact same thing.
I will also this also makes another problem because Kevin wants to go check out what the Forever Knights are up to, while Julie doesn't care because the Forever Knights are not a threat. Fair enough. And Kevin's like, well, just because they're not a threat doesn't mean we just ignore them. And even though, I'm pretty sure most plumbers can handle some Forever Knights.
Friggin', I don't know. Alan could handle the Forever Knights. I was just thinking of what character would be okay, not necessarily one of the strongest, but strong enough to handle Alan could handle the Forever Knights.
Yeah, speaking of Alan, I don't think we ever see the Max Force take a prominent role. I don't.
Yeah. Oh! Don't even get me started. Okay. We all have. I think my main issue with Ultimate Alien, and Tyler knows what I'm going to say here because he brought up Max Force. Max is essentially a non-entity in Ultimate Alien. And
not entirely non-entity.
Not entirely okay, I should reiterate, he's not entirely a non-entity, but he does so little, much more little than he actually should be doing in this series.
Anyways, Ben also brings up that he wants to go see the new Sumo Slammers movie, which artificially causes a third conflict. So Ben decides to go into the bathroom, turn it to Echo Echo, split into 3, and have them all turn back to human. So the real Ben can go see Sumo Slammers. Another Ben can go with Kevin to check out the Forever Knights. And the last Ben could stay behind and watch Julie's tennis match. The only problem with this strategy is that the Ben who goes with Kevin is a complete pushover, and the Ben who stays behind to watch Julie's match is a complete narcissist.
Yeah, and also to comment on Shadow Dash here, I'm sorry, but Ben was a P. Yeah, Ben is a great hero, shitty boyfriend.
You're telling me.
Yeah.
We haven't even got to the legs of him being a shitty boyfriend yet.
Oh God.
You wait.
Oh God. But this conflict could have so easily been avoided if Gwen and Kevin put their foot down and said, Ben, there are more showings of Sumo Slammer. You can see the movie after Julie's tennis match.
Yeah,
why does he ever have to go at that time? There is literally no explanation given as to why Ben could have not gone and seen Julie's tennis match and then in the evening gone and seen Sumo Slammer.
Yeah, because even at the end of the episode, she wanted to go see Sumo Slammers.
Yeah, so what was the point?
You know what? How this could have been all solved is, but between Julie's matches, there was a 3-hour interim.
Mm-hmm.
They could have taken out the Forever Nights if they're so easy, deal with the Knights, and then go back to watch Julie's tennis match.
Yeah, so they watch Julie's tennis match, go and deal with Forever Nights, watch Julie's tennis match, go and see Sumo Slammer. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Okay, if there's something I feel like I should give this episode, I like the concept of Ben being able to split apart and being split apart with Echo, turn back into human, and turn into different aliens. That's a good concept on paper, except we never revisit this concept ever again after this episode.
Yeah. And also as well, what the only redeeming factor for me about this episode, there's two. Just when Ben turns into Raph and he gets the phone call and he's holding and Raph is just this big tiger creature holding this tiny little phone in his hand. That is pretty funny because you're like wondering, like, how is he able to hold that thing? And also as well, these two old guys who are just on this bench, just feeding the dogs while all this chaos is going around them, and they're just like, yeah, we don't care, we don't give a shit about what's going on here.
Yeah, we've seen it all.
Yeah. I like to think that their plumbers retired from all of this, and they're just there like, oh hey, aliens fighting, whatever. Those old guys are the only redeeming factor for me about this episode. But otherwise, Ben was making up conflict just for the sake of a live action film because, as he puts it, everyone knows live action is better than cartoon. Ironic for him to actually say that.
Especially when this came out. This came out in 2010.
Yep.
And at least for the time, live action movies of animated shows.
Oh.
Was the first Smurfs movie out by then?
I think it was. I think if not, then at least the Alvin and the Chipmunks movies were out.
I know the first two were coming out because the third one came out in 2011.
Yeah. So anyway, let's just move on from this episode already and talk about
episode 3.
Hit them where they hurt, which ironically I complain about Max not being in Ultimate Alien, and yet here we are. We have a Max set. We have Max fighting 7-7, which is already a better episode than the last one.
Yep. Basically, the concept of this episode is surrounding Ben's identity being out, and some villains from his past coming back to go after his family. In this episode we see Charmcaster, Volcanus, and the return of Zombozo as the ringleader.
Yeah, which already Charmcaster in this episode already better as well.
Though it does beg the question, why is Charmcaster teaming up with these mooks?
I don't care. It gives us something more than the last episode. Plus, I can imagine that. They were like, "Hey, we're going to attack Ben's family, Ben Tennyson's family. Oh, are you going to be? Then you're going to be attacking Gwen Tennyson. Okay, I'm in." I can imagine that's all she needs. That's all she needs. She needs to hear Ben Tennyson, and she was probably thinking like, "Oh, then Gwen's going to be there. Okay, great, I'm in. Let's get on with this."
Except for the fact that, Gwen and Charmcaster do fight, but towards the end of the episode, where there's the big hideout raid, Kevin fights Charmcaster.
Yeah, and Ben fights Volcanus, and Gwen fights Zombozo.
Which I will give the episode this the scene where Gwen goes
yes,
to scars on Bozo for life is pretty good.
Oh, I could just imagine him just like having nightmares all night, like he's falling asleep, and then he just sees Gwen's anodyne face.
This is also where we get the debut of Ultimate Big Chill, or as I like to call him, Flamin' Hot Cheetos Big Chill.
Yeah, fire so cold it burns, which doesn't make any sense in the biology sense.
It doesn't, but it's a
It is
great ass
it is fucking cool. Pun very much intended.
But honestly, not like the most exciting episode. Kind of bog standard.
Yeah, bog standard for Ben 10. So
Episode 4.
Yeah, which, wow, we're speeding through these, Tyler. we're on episode 4, 20 minutes in. So yeah. So I'll just read these comments from Charlotte Dash. Well, one of them, if I recall. Yeah, pretty much. There's going to be more of them. I like how Ben 10 doesn't acknowledge that he has a fear of clowns. Oh yeah, he really didn't in that episode, if you really think about it. I'm just gonna say it right now, but Ultimate Big Chill is just him in red, and Cannonball and Ultimate Cannonball is just Cannonball with spikes.
Honestly, a lot of the Ultimate aliens are just the same alien, but recolored.
They're just alternate recolorings of the standard aliens, which is why people have done. Which is why Tyler showed me some artwork designs for alternative designs for the Ultimate Aliens, and they look much better than some of the ones in the actual series. But anyway, yeah, moving on to episode 4, video games. Which by the way, have you played any of the video games, Tyler? Because Shadow Dash was asking me that in Discord. Like, have I played any of the video games? And I haven't. So
I have not either.
Oh, okay. So there you go, Shadow Dash, in case you'd be curious if Tyler has played any video games. But yeah, so with this episode, it's basically, speaking of Ben 10 video games, Ben 10 is recruited to basically do mocap for his own video game, or so he thinks.
Yep. We see Ben dressed up in like a mocap suit, and well, he's humongous, or he just goes, one of my balls fell off.
I don't know why that cracks me up so much. It's just the fact that Humongous, this big bruising guy, one of my balls fell off. But we also have the side plot here of Gwen find out that Gwen was being taught how to drive by Kevin. Let's just hope he doesn't wreck his own car like everyone else seems to do, because oh my god, we need to have more Kevin X car fanfic.
Oh yeah, this is where we get the legendary line too, where Kevin's like, "Look, Gwen, you gotta treat a car like you treat a woman," and Gwen's like, "Okay, go on."
Yeah.
No, I think I made a mistake of some kind.
Yes! Oh my god! Yeah, that just proves right there with that line, Kevin wants to marry his car and wants to date it and wants to have baby cars with it. Proof right there. Yeah.
I don't think I needed the mental image of that. So, thanks, Luke.
You're welcome. Well, anyway, we've got the mental image of we've got one more mental image when we get introduced to a certain character later on because of whose DNA they take. You know the character I'm probably thinking about.
Yep. But yeah. Anyways, it turns out that the data they're collecting on Ben's aliens is actually so that Will Harang can make a giant robot with a bulbous head and spindly legs to counter all of Ben's aliens.
Yep. But of course, this is Ben 10, and he defeats him in the most brutal way that Ben can probably think of, by wrecking Will's car.
Well, first by us getting the first animated appearance of Nanomech, where he goes inside of the giant robot and crosses all the wires.
Yep. So basically, he turns into he does an Ant-Man in Iron Man suit, essentially.
Yep. And then he smashes the giant robot thing, which wrecks Will's car.
Yeah. And hey, Will, at least you have something in common with Kevin. You both love your cars in questionable ways.
Also, before we continue, hello, Party Jams.
Hey, we got Party Jams in the chat. So,
read Shadow Dash's comment. I like how Nanomech not being scanned is a good thing because his size was the answer. Fair point.
Yeah, fair point. Let's just hope we don't have any fan fictions of Nanomech going into Phil Gax's butt, like what they did with Ant-Man and Thanos.
I don't need that mental image either. Also, something special about this episode, we get the debut of the Ultimate Alien art style of Forearms.
Oh yeah, who you want to talk about characters who are just alternate forms of other characters, but with more red in them? Forearms is that like he's just a darker shade. The ultimate alien form design of Forearms is just like he's just a darker shade of red with some gold like I don't know what you would call that he has on him.
Armor?
Yeah, gold armor, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, that was pretty cool. We got the Ultimate Alien debut of one of the classics. But yeah, like with the last one, pretty Spock standard episode. Nothing really really major. But now we get into big plot point here with Escape from Agrigor, where we get introduced to the Andromeda 5 as Tyler and pretty much the whole fan base dubs them.
Yep. We see we get to see an interesting another alien rampaging through the city, and using the translator function on their plumber's badges, we learned that the assailant in question is named Galapagos, who comes from the planet Aldabra.
Yeah, who is essentially someone who is a pacifist. Like he doesn't want to be. He doesn't like violence.
And he somehow eats grass by hovering over top of it. Don't ask me how that works. It just does. When all of a sudden Agrigor decided to crash their philosophy party and absorbed the powers of one of Galapagos's kin. And we see that the Agrigor seems to have similar abilities to Kevin. If you remember back in the classic series when he would when of aliens.
Yeah, when he would absorb like energy from Ben and it sort of like affected his body in the same way.
Well, that's because Agrigor is what is known as an osmosian, similar to Kevin, who have the abilities to who have the ability to absorb energy and matter.
Yeah, and also with this episode, with the Andromeda 5, they're also trying to figure out what is actually going on around them, and then they realize, wait, we're actually on a spaceship, so they eventually end up triggering Agrigor and getting split up on Earth.
this is also where, just like with Bivalvin, I forgot to mention this in Fame, but Ben also scans Galapagos like he did with Bivalvin.
Unlocking. What was it? What was Galapagos' name? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember like what the name of Ben says for Galapago.
Terraspin.
That was it. Yeah, Terraspin, because he's essentially a turtle that can that spins around really, really fast. And of course, in this episode, Agrigori captures Galapagos because, of course, he does.
Yep.
But it's also that. But also we have another Magister dying in this episode.
Yeah, Magister Prior Galil, who comes aboard Agrigor's ship, just gets taken out by Agrigor.
Yeah, who speaking of, we mentioned J. Jonah Jameson with Will, and Magister Prior is voiced by J.K. Simmons. So we actually have J. Jonah Jameson being voicing a Magister, and also we have a J. Jonah Jameson knockoff.
Yep. But moving on to episode 6, Too Hot to Handle.
Oh, it's very hot. It's very hot. It's very hot.
We meet another member of the Andromeda 5, Pandor, of the Pripetosian bee species. Basically, he's trying to pay a bunch of guys to try to break open his suit of armor.
Yeah. And Kevin, go ahead.
Most of the regular mooks failing, but Kevin also appears with a piece of Tatanite, and that manages to start the job that they could not. To start the job of breaking Pandora out of his armor. Until Kevin discovers high amounts of radiation coming from NRG because not energy, Pandora, because the Pripetosian bee species are basically a bunch of nuclear power plants and trash cans.
Yeah, which you'd think that the government would want to be taking notes on this guy, of being like, wait, he's a nuclear power plant, or we've got to get our hands on him. But also as well, we get like a feat, like if we're talking about like feats for hopefully upcoming Death Battle, since Death Battle is coming back. We get a feat for Gwen in this episode that she is strong enough to be blasted by radiation.
I'm pretty sure all of the Alien Force trio are strong enough when it comes to being blasted by radiation.
Fair enough. But the fact that Gwen is just a regular, she's not a regular human, but you know what I mean. The fact that she's that strong enough to like withstand a blast of radiation. Yeah. But also as well, we despite how obnoxious Ben can be at times, we see him being pretty smart in this episode by actually turning into the Andromeda 5 to basically say like, look, your friends are all right. I have scanned their DNA. But that was pretty.
It's more like Ben using his Oroshin transformation water hazard to act as bivalvin, like to be like, there's nothing left for you here. Just go home.
Yeah.
Because eventually Pandora does get free, and he goes on an energy absorbing spree until he gets to a nuclear power plant and gets jogged around by Ultimate Cannon Bolt until he eventually ends up back in the armor and being taken away by the plumbers.
Yeah, and of course, because we have to have a repeat, I feel like this is kind of again my main problem with the Agrigor storyline. It's too predictable. Like, it's too repetitive. Like, they especially in this part, it's like, oh, we meet one of the Andromeda 5. We we get into a fight with them. We get into a conflict with them. Ben scans them, and then finally Agrigor captures them.
Yeah, that is a major problem. But
Yeah. But anyway, to just comment on Cheryl Dash's comments here, just like me, who doesn't believe in violence too, I'm a pacifist. Oh, cool. I like, yeah, I did have that as one of my notes. I like how Gwen tries the peaceful route and Kevin tries the violent route. Yeah, that was one of my notes of Kevin telling Gwen to think with her brain, not her fist, because that's his job. That's Kevin in a nutshell. Punch first, ask questions later. So anyway, moving on to. Oh, and by the way, we did watch these in production order. Just in case anyone was wondering. So yeah, moving on to episode 7. How do you pronounce this name? Andreas. Andreas's fault. That's a tongue twister if I ever saw one. And of course, we get reacquainted with at the beginning of the episode with one of my favorite characters in the whole franchise, if not my favorite, Argent. Yeah, I hate Argent. Not going to be around the bush here. That was sarcasm. I just cannot stand Argent. Every time he shows up, I just want to punch him in just like his ratty, nosy face.
I mean, fair enough, but the hateability of Argent, the fact that he typically always gets his comeuppance in a way, kind of endears me to Argent.
Fair enough. But it begs the question, who do I hate more? Him or Chris McLean? It's still Chris. You get that 1 point, Argent. You're not as bad as Chris, but that's as far as you're getting from me. So yeah, Archer is with the Forever Knights at the beginning of the episode, and of course, he has to destroy the Forever Knights' home.
Yep. And the way he actually manages to do this is because he befriended another member of the Andromeda 5, the Talpaden, Andreas. His whole thing is that he can make giant earthquakes happen.
Which, to be fair, not really impressive, because considering that someone like Humongousaur could do something like that. But at the same time, while all this is going on, we have the first Ben 10 convention in the Ben 10 universe with the Benatics.
Yep. Which apparently, Mr. Smoothie must have been running a special Ben 10 event where there are different smoothies based on the different based on Ben's transformations.
Let's be honest, Tyler. The only reason that happened was so that they could do this one line when one kid comes up to Ben with an Alien X smoothie, and he's like, "Alien X smoothie was such a letdown," which pretty much was just the exact reaction I think everybody had to Alien X. Alien X was built up to be like this all-powerful cosmetic entity, and yet he's barely being used.
Yeah. And we also have the Forever Knights raiding Mr. Smoothie, which just raises more questions.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just stealing a smoothie machine. But before we get to that, I want to talk about this one other note that I put down for this episode. Ben giving the because of the whole Alien X smoothie, the kid thinking that, oh, it tastes like filler, and Ben giving the look of, I don't do filler, which, oh my god, him say that in with this is just one of the most ironic statements ever.
Yeah. But
so yeah, the Forever Knights are attacking Ben to steal the smoothie machine, and apparently they have teleportation now.
Yep. And on top of that, Argent's their leader now.
Yeah, somehow.
He basically extorted them to either make him their king, or Andreas destroys the place.
Yeah. So go ahead.
So they decide to live under Argit. And Andreas genuinely seems to think that Argit's his friend.
And seriously, anybody who thinks Argent's their friend is an idiot. Even you, Kevin. Even you. You're not excused from that.
Well, he thought Argit was his friend. Past tense.
Yeah, thought. Fair enough. But it all works out in the end because we have Sir Dagonet, who overtakes the Forever Knights from Argit in the end after the conflict is all resolved. But because the Forever Knights are racist, like every single alien species in the Ben 10 series tends to be, they try to execute Andreas.
Until he eventually goes full nuclear and just brings the entire damn castle down.
Yeah, which probably was for the best. But of course, again, he tries to go home and Agrigor captures him.
And he didn't really try to go home. It's more like he just got really badly injured and Agrigor seized an opportunity. And meanwhile, Argit's too worried about all the money and valuables he lost. When Kevin smacks some sense into Argit and said and talking about how he cares more about valuables and money than the fact he just lost his friend.
Yeah, and Kevin loves money more than anything in the world. Almost anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like the joke in Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge season 0 where Kyra goes, "Sorry, Yugi, I like you a lot, but I'm afraid I just love money more." I get the feeling that if Kevin and Seto Kaiba ever met, they probably have a good chin wag.
Probably. But this was a decent episode. Not my favorite of the Andromeda 5 episodes. I think that'd be too hot to handle, but...
Yeah, probably Too Hot to Handle is probably my favorite as well. But anyway, moving on to episode 8. Fused, and we're back in Los Soledades. aka you get the feeling that Los Soledades is like the capital of the Ben 10 universe, like how it's kind of like the Ben 10's universe equivalent to London or New York City.
Basically, if there's something going wrong, if something's going awry, it's probably in Los Soledad.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like everything seems to happen in Los Soledades. So we have Ben basically confirming that he took 4 all-nighters in a row to keep him awake from a nightmare. Which, oh my god, I don't know about you, Tyler, but have you ever done an all-nighter?
I have, when I was still in high school because I was playing Persona 5.
Okay, but they're painful when you, in hindsight, when you really think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to do 4 of them in a row just to stay awake from a nightmare. Oh my god, that must be painful. So, but also this is where we have the last of the Andromeda 5.
Yep, the Ampiri Rad. Fun fact: Rad is actually Arabic for lightning, I believe.
Huh. Let me actually look at that. Look that up. Is Rad Arabic for lightning? Well, no. It said I think it's meant because I'm looking it up here, and it's saying AR-RAD is means thunder. So I think it's like anagram of the word that means lightning in Arabic.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. Yeah. So we have also a swimming pool defeating Rad in this episode as well, because Because isn't he made of lightning? Isn't that his old gimmick?
No. His gimmick is that he's a amalgamation of Ben's electricity aliens mixed with Ghost Freak.
Oh,
Because
okay, fair enough.
he can read minds, he can possess people, he can shoot off electrical blasts.
Yeah. Fair. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, because I had that as one of my notes now that you mentioned that, because Rad basically messes up the Ultimatrix and goes inside of it, kind of like Ghost Freak in a sense, and Rad thinks and Rad in this episode also thinks Ben's team would turn on him if I did put this up. Rad thinks Ben's team would turn him in, therefore attacks them. I don't know why I put that down. Now that I think about it,
It was confirmed that to the main trio that that the other four members of the Andromeda Five were captured by Agrigor, and how they're being tracked is by Ben's Ultimatrix, because he's been scanning all their DNA. He's been using the signal from the watch to find them.
Yeah, fair enough. And we'll get back to the comments in a second, because there's some on there that I really want to mention in a bit. So after a soft reboot of the Ultimatrix, Brainstorm is used, and I love Brainstorm. I still love Brainstorm. He's one of my favorites just because of the way he talks. He talks in like just, I would say, a sarcastic intellect way, in a sense. Just everything he says is just so hilariously intelligent, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It's also here where the trio meets Agrigor for the first time.
Yeah, it took them 8 episodes to meet the main antagonist of this arc.
Yep.
Yeah, and Agrigor, to his credit, it is powerful, but I don't think he comes to the same power level as something like a DNA, because it took considerable amount of effort for like the trio to take down one basically hybrid. Yeah. And I don't think Agrigor does reach that kind of like level in terms of power, which doesn't make him that much more. Doesn't make him that imposing as an antagonist, if that makes sense.
I think like his imposingness comes from the fact they take like a very similar approach to him as like original series Vilgax, where his best strength doesn't come from his raw power, but merely his cunning.
Fair enough. I just feel like he could have been a little bit more imposing than he actually was, especially with the way he is defeated.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But Agrigor manages to capture Rad and plans to take him and the rest of the Andromeda 5 back to Osmos 5, and to gain their power. Meanwhile, Ben vows to save the Andromeda 5 and stop Agrigor once and for all.
Yeah. Even though they've only just met. So yeah. Anyway, before we get on to talking about the next episode, I just want to read these comments quickly. I think Luke may not like this guy. Oh, you think? Oh, me not like Argent? You think, Party Jams? Shocker. No, I really don't. I swear, any episode with Argent is a sign for trouble. Yes, Shadow Dash. Speaking of Alien X, Kevin Conroy actually voiced one of. Yeah, we talked about that. Like Kevin Conroy was the voice for for that. What's the remind me?
Uh,
What's the
uh,
a
he was the voice. He was the voice of Bellicus in Alien X.
Alicus? Yeah, yeah. Night shifts are no joke. No, they're really not. I can tell you firsthand experience. Night shifts are no joke.
Is it weird that I prefer night shifts over? I actually prefer the night shifts over the morning shifts.
Look at it this way, Tyler. Going for imagine you've just worked a night shift. You go home, you only have like 4 hours sleep before you have to do a morning shift.
That's not a fault of the night shift. That's a fault of the morning shift.
Yeah, but still, they can really mess you up. Anyway, I like how they brought back that machine from season 3 of Alien Force, which fucked up the on Matrix because it did not fuck, but it didn't fuck up the Ultimatrix.
Well,
Yeah,
that's because
is
they
a
were
good
trying
point.
to hack the Omnitrix in season 3 of Alien Force. Meanwhile, here they're trying to reboot it.
Yeah. So anyway, moving on to episode 9, Hero Time. It's Hero Time, where we get introduced to Captain Nemesis. With a name like that, that's just spelling out I'm a villain. But anyway, we start this episode with a Twilight parody book signing, which Kevin is a fan of. I just find that so funny that that Kevin, this brooding bad boy, like takes no shit from anyone. Get out of my seat, Tennyson, in his car, is a fan of Twilight.
Hey, he just likes a good tearjerker, I guess. But it's also here where we get introduced to Jennifer Nocturne, who plays like the Bella Swan in this Twilight parody.
Yeah, and we have also weird publicity stunt with real weapons.
Yeah, and where it was Captain Nemesis was supposed to save Jennifer Nocturne, but Ben ends up saving Jennifer, and they end up and she ends up kissing him.
Yeah, which Julie is gonna have a few words with Ben about that.
So is the FBI.
Yeah, considering how old is Jennifer?
I don't know.
Let me look it up. Does it actually confirm what her no, it doesn't confirm what her age is, but she is at least like in her 20s, at least. So yeah, we also find out in this episode that Kevin's a shipper for Benifer, which nobody should be a shipper for Benifer. Because Ben, every relationship that Ben has that's outside of his immediate family has just gone to crap.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also as well, this episode proves my point about William basically being Alex Jones, because he blames everyone but himself, but praises others for countless destruction. So he'll blame Ben for like the most minor of minor things, but his own countless destruction, yeah, that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's also in this episode where we get the debut of Armadillo, his Ben's Talpaden transformation from his scan of Andreas, fighting off some robots from Dimension 12 alongside Captain Nemesis.
Yep. And also as well, we have Nemesis challenge Ben to a competition of heroes to see who is the best hero. And considering, like I said, Captain Nemesis just spelling out, I'm a villain, it's obvious he's going to fail. Yeah. So one of them is a trade toss with Ben using a Mungasaur. And then we have a test of speed with Raph. And let me tell you something, Will, William Hungus, you will shut up. I just had to get that out of the way because every time Will just opens his mouth, I just want to shout, "Shut up, Will!" And then we have for the last challenge, it's a tug of war with forearms.
Which bed wins, sending poor old Captain Nemesis into the mud.
Yep. But also as well, we in this episode we have we have people. I think it is Captain Nemesis who basically comes out and asks Ben like, "Why are you shouting out your names?"
Not in this episode. It was in after Ben like goes forearms. Nemesis tries doing the same thing, shouting Captain Nemesis, and like,
oh yeah, because
cut it out.
Yeah, fair enough. That was it. And also as well, because Nemesis is such a sore loser, he kidnaps Julie.
And Jennifer.
Yeah. But of course, it all works out in the end, and Will still blames Ben for everything.
Yep, and he changes his name to Overlord.
Yeah, Nemesis is now Captain Overlord.
Which seems like the most try-hard name under the sun.
Yeah. And I'm sure we'll never see Nemesis again in not an episode which sparked a little bit of a debate between us of if it was darker than another episode. But that's for later. For now, we move on to the finale, the quote unquote finale of season 1 of Ultimate Alien, which we got there in an hour. Under an hour. But before we do that, gotta read the comments. Remember that kangaroo hero guy from class? Yes, I remember that guy. Yeah, Nemesis is just like him in a sense. Yeah, fair enough. I forget she was an adult. Yeah, Jennifer is an adult. Pie jams. We really don't think about this as kids. Yeah, we really don't think about like some of the things that come up it because this franchise. I've said this before. This franchise has teen pregnancy, racism, genocide, and now weird off-putting relationships. Like I said, especially one aspect that's going to be coming up. I forget how weird this franchise is sometimes.
Yeah, but now for the finale of season 1, titled Ultimate
Gregor. So,
fact, this aired October 10th, 2010.
So 10. It's Ben 10. That had to have been intentional.
Of course, it was intentional. They did a commercial about it. Ben 10 on 10.
Yeah. Yeah. So we have Agregor first tries escaping the plumbers and fails, so he's still stuck on Earth, and this is where we get introduced to everyone's favorite flavored smoothie, the meat smoothie, which is essentially baby food.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, which like anybody who thinks about making meat into drinks is just like they have issues. Although given some franchises, somebody might find that appealing. Looking at you, Luffy from One Piece, you could just imagine Luffy would like a meat smoothie.
Probably, but I imagine Luffy's stomach is like a bottomless pit.
Yeah, which okay, just to quickly go off topic, owing from Total Drama versus Luffy in a eating match.
Luffy's got that.
Yeah, I just love that. Like, you get all the gluttonous characters from any series, just put them in a room and just be like, right, eat, prove which one of you is the most gluttonous. But anyway, getting back to the episode. So we have Max again in this episode. Finally, we get Max back. And ironically, Kevin, the punch first, ask questions later guy, is good at crime scenes.
Probably because he's been on the other side of them.
Yeah, more than likely that's the case. So we also have Agrigor trapping Ben as Lodestar by exploding ship.
Which, shit.
Yeah. Bleh, bleh. And also in this episode, we not only have the return of Max, but we also have the return of my second favorite character after Max in all of Ben 10. You know him. Everyone knows him. He's obviously an homage to the Doctor from Doctor Who, Professor Paradox. I make it no secret, I adore Professor Paradox. Like, anybody who says like the Alien Force is inferior to the classic series, all I have to say is two words: Professor Paradox. Enough said.
Fair enough. Paradox.
Yeah. And Paradox meets Colonel Rosam in this episode, and it's revealed that, like the Doctor, Paradox isn't the biggest fan of guns.
I mean, which is kind of weird considering he was using a gun in the War of the Worlds.
Yeah, I say he's not the biggest fan of guns. Like, I'm not saying like he won't use them, but I feel like he's kind of the character who's like, I'll only use these when it's absolutely 100% necessary.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and also those guns weren't like guns designed to kill people. They were like, I feel like that's kind of the loophole Paradox went with that. Like, this gun isn't killing people; it's reversing like what happens to them, so it's okay.
Yep. We also get to see the Andromeda 5 back up and moving. This time under mind control.
Yep, because of course, where would the Ben 10 series be without mind control?
But it was after destroying all the Andromeda 5's headbands, we soon find out that Agrigor has built a machine using Professor Paradox's original time machine to try and absorb all of the powers of the Andromeda 5. Because typically, osmosis can only absorb a fraction. But with his machine, he can absorb 100% of their powers.
Yeah, and it's also revealed that absorbing energy makes osmosis go insane, because which helps explain why Kevin was the way he was in the original series. But at the end of this episode, it ends on a cliffhanger with Agrigor absorbing all 5 of the Andromeda 5 and becoming Ultimate Agrigor. So, hey, pretty effective way to end Series 1, ending it on a cliffhanger.
Yep. And where one season starts up, another one begins with Map of Infinity. Aired the same day as Ultimate Agrigor, 10-10-10.
Yeah, so very, very interesting way to do that. Like, you end on a cliffhanger and he gets to be continued immediately. So we have Ben wrecking everything for what Agrigor has done, but also Gwen is stopping Ben from taking things too far, which results in Ben getting bitch slapped. And it's revealed that Agrigor does have counters now for all of the teams. So I would say at this point he's kind of on that like hybrid level where it's like the raw power like poses a challenge for the team itself.
Mm-hmm. I would definitely agree, but after Agrigor disposes of Ben, we then meet with Azimuth once again. As it turns out that the Agrigor absorb all their powers so he can claim the 4 pieces of the map of infinity, which is a map that that helps you navigate 17 dimensions.
Well, imagine if Ben had that sort of power. But nah, they'd never do that.
Nope.
And it's revealed that Paradox split them into the 4 parts, which Agrigor is now like this is the second part of his plan. That he wants his hands on all 4 of them. So the team is being tasked to go on an infinity quest, if you will, to get the 4 pieces so that they can reach the Forge of Creation. So the first mention of the Forge of Creation here. And also in this episode, it's revealed that Azimuth is building a new Omnitrix, but it's not ready. And neither's Ben, because Ben doesn't listen. You don't listen, Ben. To anyone. So in Azimuth's eyes, Ben is not ready for this new Omnitrix, but he will be eventually. Yeah.
And also because Max sustained some major damage from one of Agrigor's electrical attacks, his entire nervous system is fucked. So
it's another way to keep. It's another way to keep Max out of the action because this series is like, hey, to all you Max fans out there, yeah, we're gonna bench Max for the entirety of this season.
You do have to remember, this is a 66-year-old man who just tanked an electric blast.
I know.
Most 66-year-old people would probably die from that.
Fair enough. But at the same time, they're keeping Max out of the action again because they don't want me to have nice things.
Well, just wait till Omniverse. We'll get Max action then. Until then, we have an Infinity Quest to deal with as the Alien Force trio head to the planet of McDilty, which is basically if Punk Hazard from One Piece was an entire planet.
Yes, I literally put that as my I could Older has to be a fan of Ben 10 at least because it's essentially Punk Hazard. Like, there's no getting around this.
Yeah. For some more context, basically McDilty is a planet that has one side always facing the sun and one side never facing the sun.
Yeah. And also the inhabitants of this planet are Big Chill's race.
Yep. Except instead of being blue with green eyes like Ben's Necrophrygian transformation, these Necrophrygians are white with blue eyes. And it's also in this episode, in the fight against these Necrophrygians, that we get the introduction of Ultimate Echo Echo.
Who talks like this? Ultimate Echo Echo.
But with a lot of reverb, and like a robot tone to his voice, I added on as well.
Yeah, I will say since you mentioned Agragor's cunning, it does kind of work in this because he lets the team. He's like, "Hey, I just need to sit. They're going for the same thing I'm going for, so I'll just sit back, let them do all the work of finding the piece, and then swoop in and take it when they have it."
Yep, especially when throughout the entire time they're in the temple of McDilty, they activate all the booby traps.
Yeah, so Agragor doesn't even need to like. It's a cakewalk again. Like with Agragor getting all the Andromeda 5, this Infinity Quest is basically a cakewalk for Agragor. It's the same problem with that. Like the team will get to a planet which has a piece of the map of Infinity, and Agragor just sits back, waits for his chance, and gets the piece. And even Asmith at one point is like fed up of how about easy it's getting for Agragor.
Yeah, but you'd think we'd go on to the next planet, but no, it's filler time.
Because this is filler. Like, but before we get into talking about the filler, I like how Kevin actually shows progression, but that's only due to his alien relation with the villain. Yeah, fair enough. Also, Paradox taking to Kevin personally was a hint. ...
Oh yeah, where like Paradox pulls Kevin aside and is like, okay. Yeah, I remember that. That was a good bit.
Yeah, fair enough. But this episode, Reflected Glory, like, all I'm gonna say about it is we have JT and Cash. They're trying to get rich and famous off Ben. It never works for them. Ben doesn't owe Cash anything. They try. They try to be seen as the heroes, but when push comes to shove, they are cowards. Screw you, JT, but fuck you, Cash, for lying about what you want the money for because you said you wanted it for your mother's like operation or something, and then you lied about it. And even the internet thinks you are a waste of space. That's all the notes I have on this episode. I don't want to talk about this. I hate JT and Cash more than Arjit. They are the worst Ben 10 characters ever. End of story. Case closed.
You heard it here first, folks. One more note I will give is that this is the first time we've seen Vilgax's lackey Siphon on his own for the first time, which will become more prevalent in Omniverse. So
Fair enough.
Keep your eyes peeled for Siphon.
Yeah, but anyway, shortest talk about an episode ever. Talking. Yeah. Oh, anything to just get past the JT and Cash episodes quickly is just a blessing for me because, like I said, I hate them more than RJ. I feel like they're the most wasted space characters ever.
But now we can move on to episode 3 of season 2, Deep.
Which is a Ripjaw planet episode. So, any fans of Ripjaw, you'll love this episode. And we get introduced to Magister Pike of the Plumbers, who is tracking Agragor. And Ben, of course, is attacked by fans, but he has to use Goop to escape. And Kevin was taking pictures throughout all of that, which was pretty great to just see that. But we have an interesting thing for the Rust Bucket 3 in this episode. It can submerge underwater despite the river tremors that are going on the planet that they're on.
Yep. But Ben, Gwen, and Kevin arrived to the planet known as Piscus, home to the Piscus Valayan, aka Ripjaw's species. However, they ended up being attacked by by a giant squid monster. So Ben and Gwen don their plumber suits. Uh, uh, but when Kevin's helmet cracks, this weird fish thing like attaches itself to his head like a shelter to a slow poke head to evolve into
Yeah.
Swamp King.
Yeah. So Kevin gets his own equivalent of ship in this episode with this little blowfish creature thing, which it's a shame it's only in this one episode because I would have liked to have seen Kevin with his own little pet. But then again, his pet is his car.
Yep.
Yeah. And I do like how Pike calls the jellyfish helmet that Kevin has, "Hey, nice hat." Yeah. And we have Ben and Kevin also using swordfish spitting creatures as guns. It's like if you have a swordfish, you would think it would be used as, a sword.
You'd think that, but no.
So what do they use? What do they use like octopuses, octopus creatures as?
Spinning tops.
I guess.
Maybe that's like the Piskus version of like Beyblade or some shit. They just spin octopi and just battle them in arenas.
Fair enough. Yeah,
Which
fair
honestly
enough.
sounds kind of fun.
Yeah. So also as well in this episode we have Ben being creative when his helmet breaks. He transforms into a Humongousaur before turning into Amphibian. Amphibian, yeah. So that was pretty clever on Ben's part to do that. But we also find out that part of the map of Infinity is basically like being used to keep the planet stabilized. So if it's removed, then the whole planet goes. And of course, guess what happens?
The piece of the map gets nabbed, and the planet of Piskus starts to drift apart, but not before Ben transforms into goop and uses anti-gravity projector to
basically put the planet back together. Yeah. Which I've got to say, like, that's pretty damn clever. Using Goop's gravity ability to put the planet back together. That is pretty clever.
Yeah.
And of course, Kevin is being a tsundere for the blowfish because the blowfish jellyfish helmet wants to come with Kevin, but he's like, "Oh no, don't make me do this. Just please, you belong here." So nice to see Kevin having a bit of a softer side. But anyway, moving on to episode 4 of Hero of season 2, where the magic happens. Which, with a title like that, it's naturally a Philgax episode. No, I'm just kidding. It's Charmcaster. It's a Charmcaster episode. So we start off with the group chasing Agrigor, which fails, and there's a portal to another dimension. But there's one question I have, which is, when did Gwen learn teleportation?
Oh.
Yeah. But this is a situation where Gwen is like, this is beyond my control. But I know someone who I think can help us, and that someone is Charmcaster. So we have Gwen going to Charmcaster for help in stopping Agrigor and getting through the door. The door which takes so long that Ben and Kevin are playing 20 questions while waiting for this door to open.
I also think it's kind of important to mention that even though there were glowing symbols on the door for like only a split second, Ben actually memorized them and was able to write them down.
Yeah, so hey, if anything, he's observant.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude's got a photographic memory.
Um, so once they're inside of this dimension, it's revealed that it's Ledger Domain, aka Yawa Toxic, where all the magic is.
I guess you could say it's where the magic happens.
No, 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 no. I thought we were going to get through this segment without mentioning that.
Well, so basically, Ledger Domain is a realm where where that is comprised almost entirely of mana. In fact, Charmcaster and her father, Spellbinder, were born there, as well as her uncle Hex. But Hex ended up taking Charmcaster to Earth thanks to the help of Spellbinder, who is fighting the ruler of Ledger Domain, Adwaita, who is also the same species as Galapagus. However, Spellbinder ended up dying in battle.
Yep. And this is the episode where we have Gwen and Charmcaster being forced to team up for the first time in Ben 10, if I recall. Like, this is the first time when they've legitimately had to like team up to take down a greater threat.
Yep.
Yeah. Which is it's a shame that that this didn't like improve their relationship in any way.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you'd think like after this experience, Charmcaster would be like, you know what, you're okay, Gwen, you're okay, and kind of like begrudgingly respect Gwen. But no, it doesn't.
When the group meets Adwaita, we also get introduced to what is an object known as the Alpha Rune, which is the key to all of Adwaita's magical power and strength. And this Alpha Rune is also a piece of the map of Infinity, on top of being a rune that allows whoever possesses it for them to control the power, who have power over magic itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the team eventually confront this guy and are able to essentially bring him down at this point. But as everything's collapsing all around them, Charmcaster decides to stay behind to free her people in Ledger Domain, and even though Gwen is a bit bummed out by this, they felt like, hey, we'll get Charmcaster back. But this also presents a problem for the team because Agrigor has 3/4 of the map of Infinity, so they've only got one chance left to stop him, which leads us into episode 5.
Perplexahedron.
Yeah, that word. Where they essentially go to a giant cube.
Question to those in the audience. If you've seen the movie Cube, fun fact, this episode was inspired by that movie Cube, which like takes place where it's kind of the same, where it's almost the same concept except more horror-y in the movie. So basically, it starts off with Azimuth not shouting at the group for failing to capture even one piece of the map of Infinity. Meanwhile, Agrigor has 3 pieces, and is like, and Ben's like, Azimuth, scolding us isn't gonna help, and it's like, okay, fair point. and teleports them to another galaxy where they find the Perplexahedron, which basically acts as a giant maze.
Yeah. So anybody who's played the game Portal, it's very similar to that. I've only seen clips of people playing the game Portal, but I know it's kind of similar where it's like you go where it's kind of like it's a puzzle platformer taking place in different rooms, which is essentially what this whole cube is. Also, yeah, Shadow Dash, the fact that Goop rebuilt an entire planet is mad. Yeah, I like how Ben could still go ultimate, even trapped in stone against the evil turtle. Oh, absolutely. Also, the fact that Ben figures out that guards showing up in the cube is a good sign that they're getting closer. Yeah, that is very good because it's like the more guards you meet, like they must be getting close to where the piece of the map Infinity is.
Yep, which ends up being the case because even though the group gets separated, they do finally meet with the Sentinel, the keeper of the final piece of the map of Infinity, in the center of the Perplexahedron.
Yeah, who was actually waiting for Ben to arrive because it turns out the reason why Paradox hid the map in the first place was to keep it from evil, like Agragor. Yeah, but this also presents a problem that Ben has in this episode, where it's like, why is it that when Ben is going back to help the Sentinel when shit is going down, that he takes the map piece instead of giving it to Kevin?
Yeah, I remember bringing that up. I was like, okay, so you're going back to help the Sentinel, and you're taking the map piece, even though Kevin's heading towards the ship, and it'd arguably be safer with Kevin than with you.
Yeah. So this is like what ultimately screws them up because Agragor gets the piece because of course he does, and it's like, Ben, just give the piece to Kevin. Kevin gets out of there. You get the Sentinel. You get out of there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But of course, we had to have it with Agragor because otherwise we wouldn't have gone the next episode. Because this episode is just basically, for the most part, just them figuring out the puzzles of where to actually go to get to the Sentinel. That's basically the bulk of this episode. But yeah, but now we move on to the Forge of Creation.
Almost forgot. In the Perplexahedron is actually where we get the debut of Ripjaw as an Ultimate Alien. So we got another classic alien.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Ben re-unlocked in Deep, but that was off screen.
Yeah, well,
which I call bullshit. Which I say is bullshit.
Of course it is. Of course it. Just say that. Hey, it was in there. I just decided to use it again.
But now we can move on to episode 6, The Forge of Creation.
And of course, Asmith is super pissed now because now Agragor has the entire map of Infinity.
And now he can make the smooth trip to the Forge of Creation.
Yeah. But now, of course, if only Ben and the team had a certain time walker that would help them every now and again. Oh, hi, Paradox.
But before Paradox arrives, Ben decides to use Alien X. And it's also in this episode we find out that Alien X is actually hidden behind lock and key. Because Gwen and Kevin have 2 keys on them that plug into the Ultimatrix, which unlocks Alien X. They say they added a safety measure to prevent accidentally transforming into Alien X, or if Albedo gets access to it.
Yeah. So We have also Professor Paradox. Like I said, he's taking them to the Forge of Creation, which is the source of all universe powers, and it's where Alien X was born. And Agrigor, we find out what Agrigor's true plan here, which it's not a bad plan, but I just wish it was more connected to what's coming up in season 3 of Ultimate Alien. But anyway, his plan here is that he wants to create a new sapient, basically a new being of Alien X species to become omnipotent.
Yeah, basically he wants to absorb the power of a baby celestial sapien.
Yeah. So Paradox takes them to the chronology, however you pronounce that word. Basically,
randomization barrier.
Chroma randomization barrier. So it means that they can breathe in space, but he can't go far. And there is something about this episode that makes me scratch my head. They say that Paradox is not meant to be within 500 light years of a celestial sapient, and yet he's right there.
I don't know. Maybe the chrono randomization barrier is keeps him 501 light years away from celestial sapiens.
Yeah, that is what I would like there to be, like just like a mini spin-off series with about Ben 10, just focusing on Paradox, like some of like give us some answers to like some of the big mysteries about him. Like obviously we need a new voice actor for him because the original has passed away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's also in the chrono randomization barrier where they get attacked by some of Agrigor's Agrobots. It's also where Ben uses Terraspin for the first time and sends them all flying out the Rust Bucket 3. However, one of the wings of the Rust Bucket 3 gets wedged into the edge of the barrier, and then Ben decides to lean on the barrier and fall in, with Gwen pulling Ben back out. Him and his 10-year-old self emerging from the barrier as well.
Yeah, so we have a reversal Ben 10,000 here. We have Ben 10 meeting Ben, I guess 16.
I guess. And because 10-year-old Ben thinks Kevin's still evil, he transforms into Heat Blast and immediately starts a fight with him.
Yeah. And they have to explain like, oh no, you're gonna be he's friendly now. He's not evil anymore. But also, classic Ben being obnoxious. Yes, he is. So after all of this meeting classic Ben 10 and everything, we finally get to Agrigor almost succeeding in his endeavor, but Kevin sacrifices himself and by becoming a mutant again to stop Agrigor, and of course this leads to Kevin being out of control. And this was the point where I was like, okay, this really should have been Gwen. Gwen should have been the one to do this, because we had Kevin turning into a mutant again in Ultimate Alien, and I feel like this was pretty much just tacked on to the end of the season, because there's 4 episodes after this that focus on Kevin being the antagonist, and I feel like it would have been much more effective if it was Gwen who, after stopping Agrigor, like was permanently stuck in an anodite form.
That would be interesting, but I feel like they were setting up a connection between Kevin and Agrigor, so it feels like it's just kind of paying off all the connections between the two.
I guess
have Kevin mutate again.
I guess. But yeah, so that basically is the end of the Agregor storyline. They stop Agregor, and he gets taken out in just such like a really basic way.
Yeah,
Like,
he just kind of gets his powers absorbed by Ultimate Kevin and gets taken away to the null void.
yeah, to put into context, how were the DNA then slash hybrids defeated with Ben basically removing all the racism out of them. Whereas here, it's just like, oh, we're going to absorb your powers, but I'm going to become a mutant in the process. I'm like, yeah, that's not really that impressive, in my opinion. Especially for how much we've spent on the Agregor storyline.
Honestly, I thought it was a decent payoff because now we get to, because they've wanted to do like a Kevin mutation storyline, which was apparent in Alien Force season 3, and now we're getting like, almost like the what, like the vision of like what could have been.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's the end of the Agregor storyline. We've got 4 episodes left of season 2. So if you want to talk about the next episode for a minute while I just go to the toilet quickly.
All right, I'm just gonna check the comment section real fast. I like how Teen Ben just changes Kid Ben into different aliens, just like in Classic when he met Ben 10,000. That I also did like that too. And if only later on Ben takes his own advice about keeping the Omnitrix locked. And yes, calling Swampfire a cheap copy of Wildvine is an insult because, in the words of Anthony Starr, oh no, he's the upgrade. But anyways, moving on to episode 7 of this season, and the first episode of the Ultimate Kevin arc, Nor Iron Bars a Cage. Right now, Kevin's out on a rampage to try to settle some old scores. One of these old scores involves a prison warden named Morg who killed the man who helped him gain control over his powers, Quarrel. Basically, back when he was in the Null Void, Quarrel was the one who taught him to let go of his anger, because the thing keeping him in that form was his own rage. So by letting go of the anger, he was able to get out of that form, and with his teachings, he also learned how to absorb matter. However, during a prison break, Morg ends up killing Quarrel in the process. So he ends up going back to the Null Void prison to try and get revenge for Quarrel. We also see that his revenge spree goes from something like that to something like the pettiest of shit. Because we see another dude named Barry who ends up in the hospital because he owed Kevin $8.
Yeah. Also, I'm back. But one thing about this episode that I was like really shocked that they actually went there is the mention of alien drug trafficker.
Yeah, because Morg's whole thing with the prisoners is that he's forced them to mine up this mineral. Let's see if it has a name.
I don't think it had a name.
We'll just call it blue dust. Sure. So they Morg's forced them to mine up this blue dust, which is also a hallucinogen. So basically, he's running a drug trafficking ring.
Yeah, and it's surprising, like, because I put like in brackets, never thought I'd hear that in a kids show. So we have drug trafficking, added to the list of things that are like, wow, this is a kids show.
Yep.
Yeah, but overall, my thoughts in this episode was that it was nice to get like a decent backstory for Kevin and like what was actually going on with him in the Null Void, and to see like his mentor figure and like why he did change for the better. I'd see him like go from that to basically being regressed because of what happened. That's kind of depressing if you really think about it.
Well, to be fair, all of their backs were against the wall when fighting Agrigor, because he took out Gwen, he took out the two Bens.
Yeah,
and he
so
didn't really have much of a choice.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But also as well, we get kind of like a dark ending for this episode where Ben has to come to the realization that he may have to kill Kevin.
Yeah, like Ben outright states that they may have to put Kevin down.
Yeah. They could have just said we may have to kill him, because that's basically essentially what they say. But anyway, moving on to episode 7, 8. The enemy of my enemy, and of course, who do we start off but with Archert? And also we have the Fido brothers at the Plumbers Academy.
Yep. Basically, we have the father of the Vreedles asking Argit to change their scores so they can pass because the Vreedle brothers aren't doing so well at the Plumbers Academy.
Yeah, and Ben almost killing Argit. I was like, yes, please kill him. And then we have Kevin also almost attempts to kill Argit for what essentially, because Argit basically at this point deserves it. He is a piece of crap.
Yeah, and Argit goes to Ben and Gwen, groveling on his knees, being like, "Please, you have to hide me. I am going to get annihilated." And they're like, "Okay, we're gonna take you to Lost Soledad or the Null Void," and until they be like, "Okay, fine, we'll take you to the Plumbers Academy." And it's also here where we meet another Magister, who is the headmaster of the Plumbers Academy, Magister Koronok.
Who is pissed at Ben, because who isn't pissed at Ben?
Also because he brought a wanted criminal to the Plumbers Academy.
Yeah. But also in this episode we have the Friedel brothers firing a nuclear attack at Kevin, and Ben being powerful enough to contain a thermonuclear fusion grenade, which is just amazing.
Yeah. And we also see that Ultimate Echo was able to also contain the power of that nuclear fusion grenade as well. Also survive out in space.
Yep. Also as well, we have probably one of the coldest lines in any Ben 10 episode. Gwen Kevin basically says to Gwen, "I've been using you for as a means to an end, essentially."
Oh, it more so says that like the only reason that Argent's alive is because of what Gwen used to mean to him.
Yeah, which is pretty cold. Of Gwen to actually say.
Yeah.
But
it seems that Argent's dead, but apparently his species just has the ability to shut off their pulse.
Oh my god. How many times do they have to kill Argent before he stays dead?
Well, they have to get past the fact that he can shut off his pulse.
Yeah, But anyway, now we're getting into the season 2 finale for Ultimate Alien, an hour and 45 minutes in. Well, we're really speeding through this.
Yep, we have a two-part finale this time. Episodes 9 and 10. Absolute Power
Absolute
Parts
Power.
1 and 2.
Yeah. So we have we start off this episode with Alan running away from Kevin because Kevin wants his power. He wants his unlimited power. And this is where we finally get the Max Force. I love that I've given it that name. I don't think that's like the official name for Max's team, but I just think it's cool. I think it's a cool name to have. Like, just say it out loud, Max Force. It feels amazing. But
it turns out that Kevin was not only going after Alan, but also Helen, Pierce, Manny, and even Dr. Victor.
Yeah, which I've got to say, Dr. Victor, the Dr. Victor alien, one of the most pointless alien DNA samples that Ben has ever scanned.
Why?
It's never used.
About changing Omniverse.
All right, fair enough. But we also have Ben and Gwen getting into probably one of the first like major fights of disagreements that we've had in a while. But unlike in the classic series where it was over petty squabbles, this actually has weight to it because Ben because of it being Kevin's situation where it's like Gwen wants to talk with Kevin, but Ben's just like, no, there's no point in that. And it's just like, right, well, if we're gonna have this disagreement, we might as well fight about our disagreement.
Yeah, so we have Ben like cycling through all of his aliens and like Gwen busting out spells. Like we see Ben like go Chromostone and Terraspin, then Nanomech. And then when Gwen crushes Nanomech in her book, he transforms into way big.
Yes, which is hilarious. But we also have a mention of a particular name, Tardus Mordus, or which I put in brackets. I think Doctor Who's going to sue someone because you change the U to I in that name, and it's basically TARDIS. And I know Dwayne McDuffie is a massive Doctor Who fan. I know that, so it's obvious that that's where he got it from.
And we see we also have like Ben attacking some Forever Night a warehouse that the Forever Knights are in, asking about Kevin's location. Meanwhile, Gwen decides to visit Grandpa Max, asking for advice on how to help Kevin. And Max is like, Ben's right. Kevin's got to be put down in order for innocent lives to be safe.
Yeah. He's basically doing the Spock thing, like the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, even if it's not the answer that Gwen wants. And to hear that from her grandfather, like, wow, that you could just imagine like how much that. I get the feeling that Gwen felt a little bit of a betrayal from Max in that situation.
Yeah, and he's like, if you can't be a professional or put your feelings aside, just stay out of the way.
Yeah. And also as well, I want to get back to these comments from Charlotte Dash. Thanks for sticking this whole time, Charlotte Dash. I appreciate it. So with no other options, Gwen has to go to Michael Morningstar for help, or and I have to say, lovely Gwen, because that's how Michael addresses Gwen.
Because he's a creep.
Yes, he is. But also as well, even though Max agrees with Ben does admit that his fame has kind of gone to him here. And we did have, when we were watching this episode, we did have to ask the question of whose side are we on? Are we on Ben's side, where it's like, no, Kevin is out of control. He needs to be stopped, or you're on Gwen's side of just being like, maybe we can reason with him. But I was like, I'm on Ben's side of just like, yeah, Kevin's their friend, but at the same time, he's out of control. If he was left to his devices, he would probably absorb the powers of Michael, all of Max Force, and potentially kill them.
Fair enough, but
I do like a nice little callback that we get in this two-parter where we go back to the arcade where Kevin was first introduced. So that was a nice touch to kind of like bring it full circle.
yeah. We also have like how Darkstar and Gwen plan to bring Kevin back, and that's by using the Dominus Librium from one of the previous Alien Force filler episodes.
So does it technically count as filler now because it's being brought back here?
Nope. It was retroactively defillerized.
I love that. Like we're retroactively defillerized because it's the same thing that they're going to be using to kind of stop Kevin here. And I do like that despite everything that's happened with Kevin mutating, he's still trying to resist fighting Gwen, but it's not enough as he starts to absorb Gwen's powers and she has to teleport herself out of here. And again, with very little options, they go to Cooper. And I have been waiting for this moment. Because I said this to Shadow Dash in Discord that I can now stick it to people that were criticizing the Super Mario Bros. Movie for having Chris Pratt as Super Mario and saying why are you not using voice actors but celebrities to voice characters? Well, those people can sort off now because Cooper in Ultimate Alien is voiced by Chris Pratt. He is a voice actor. Case closed.
He did. That's like one of his few voice roles.
It still counts. He's still done voice acting. He's a voice actor. Case closed.
Okay.
Yeah. And by the way, regardless of that point, voice acting is still acting. So it's not like it's reserved for just people who act with their voices. It's still acting. That's the main thing that really irks me when people are like that. Like celebrities should not be being voice actors. I'm like, why? They're still actors. It's still a form of acting. But that's besides the point. So yeah, Cooper is voiced by Chris Pratt here.
Yep, and he's also helping Darkstar and Gwen to build a machine to tap into the Dominus Librium.
Yeah, but also as well, I did say that was one of the line that Gwen had in the last episode to Kevin was cold line. No, I think we have a even colder line from Kevin here, where he goes to see his mum when he's confronted by his mum and stepdad after his fight with Max, and this line from Kevin is just like, wow, that is like, I'm sorry, Kevin, but what you said here was pretty dickish. If Kevin's mum truly loved his dad, she would never have remarried. I'm sorry, but there's no way around it. That is a dick move to say. That is a dick line. That is dickish to say to your mother.
Well, it's more like saying about his mother because she actually wasn't in the house. It was just Kevin's stepdad Harvey.
Oh right, fair enough. But still, either way, it's still dickish of Kevin to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it's basically like, oh, you never really loved them because you could just replace them like easily. That's kind of like okay, it's kind of like somebody saying to me, like, if someone said to me, like, if you truly loved, and and I know different circumstances but kind of similar, if someone said to me, like, if you truly loved Poppy and Maisie, then you would have never adopted Jem. If someone said that to me, I don't care. I would be punching them in the face for that.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So anyway, I got a little bit heated then.
No worries.
But anyway,
it's also in this episode where we get one of the most iconic moments from Ben as Ultimate Echo where Ben unleashes a technique known as the Sonic Doom.
Yes, the Sonic Doom. Right after Spider Monkey destroys the Rust Bucket. Because, of course, the Rust Bucket has to get destroyed.
Yep.
But also, as well, we have in here the glorious return of Ship! That was literally what I put. Like, just Ship in bold capital letters with just like a bunch of exclamation marks. Because anybody knows me knows I adore Ship. I adore him.
Yep. And Michael also absorbed some of the power from the Dominus Librium after Kevin returned to normal. And they're like, nope. They press a button, all the power that Michael had was gone, and for some reason the Andromeda 5 are back. Because
yeah, and I literally put, like, did we miss an episode with Julie and Max?
Nope.
Because they show up and they're just like, oh yeah, these guys are back and Kevin's back to normal, problem solved. So, yeah, kind of a weird way to end the series, if I'm being honest. It's like everything happened off screen or something. But at the same time, it was on screen. So, the only other note I had to take away from this episode is Ben admitting, and I put that in quotations, doesn't like being famous. That's the best joke in the whole series, Tyler.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, that was season 2 of Ultimate Alien. So yeah, like I said, the Agrigor stuff, it was okay, but I just didn't think it had the same gravitas as what they were trying to make it out to be in terms of like the big scope story arc that they wanted for Ultimate Alien. Comparatively to the ending of the DNA Alien story arc, that felt like it was like really building up to like that big moment of the War of the Worlds 2-parter. Whereas this one, it felt like, oh, we've run out of story of Agrigor. Let's just cram everything we want to do with Kevin into these last 4 episodes.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Go ahead.
That's also a complaint I can give to season 3, because they wanted to do something similar to what they did with season 3 of Ultimate Alien and Alien Force. However, they didn't get the chance to until season 3 of Ultimate Alien,
where we get what should be the big storyline with the Forever Knights, but as I said in the description, it's a story arc that fumbles badly. It really does, like, because by the end of it, I was just like, what's the point of this conflict? But before we get to that, I want to talk about I want to look at some of these comments quickly. But calling Swapfire a cheap copy of Wildfire was just insulting. Yeah, fair. Yeah. this is where Ben starts taking shit seriously and going down a serious and dark route. Oh yeah, absolutely. The fact that Kevin struggles to kill Gwen just proves that he's not insane in time. Yeah, yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I like how Gwen actually uses rock monsters against Kevin. Like, where was that back earlier? Fair enough. Also, Ben keeping a spare Echo was funny. Yeah, that was funny. You've always got to carry a spare. But now we're getting into series 3 of Ultimate Alien with one of the weirdest episodes ever to start off a series. The transmogrification of Eunice, where we meet a new character called Eunice, who Ben is immediately smitten by, and Gwen has to like pull Ben back into reality and ask, "Hey, what about Julie?" I'm just there, like, thank you, Gwen, for pointing out the obvious. But apparently, according to this, or at least what's implied, Julie and Ben broke up.
Which still would have been a better explanation for them breaking up than what we actually got.
Oh, I am dreading what that is. I am seriously dreading what that is. But apparently, as well, Eunice is a Jedi because she can use the Force and everything. And Suda, how do you... Sunder, yeah, sorry. Sunder is back and is pursuing Eunice. And I do like here how with this episode where it's like Eunice and Ben bonding, and then Kevin's just like, yeah, this is kind of like the time when I used to be a third wheel. So that, but now, kind of like the role is flipped, where Ben is kind of like the third wheel when it comes to being with Gwen and Kevin, considering they're in the relationship, whereas Ben is kind of off to the side a lot of the times. But the big twist of this episode is that Eunice is actually an Omnitrix.
Well, a Unitrix.
Or a Unitrix, as it were. And Asmith was the one who actually sent Sunder to, hey, can you go and get her back for me? And it's also revealed that the reason why Eunice was able to take on a human form was because she took the DNA of Gwen, which raises so many questions right there. The fact that Eunice took the DNA of Gwen and sort of kind of looks like Gwen begs the question: was Ben flirting with a clone of his own cousin?
Well, it says right here that the pod Eunice arrived in sampled Gwen's DNA and randomized it.
Either way, it's still weird to think about that. The fact that it's still Gwen's DNA in there.
Yeah, and it does feel kind of, sweet home Alabama.
Yeah. So again, we have teen pregnancy, racist aliens based on Daleks. We have genocidal warfare. We have drug trafficking, and now we have semi-incest to add to the list. Yeah, this franchise, sometimes when you really think about it.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, that was pretty weird way to start the series, and also with the drag racing with Ben and Kevin. Kind of weird way to start the season. So anyway, moving on to episode 2 of season 3, Eye of the Beholder. Let's just get it out of the way, Tyler. This episode, basically just Basal coming back for ship. more antics with the Forever Knights. Ben getting advice weirdly from Jimmy about his relationship with Julie.
And him talking to Jimmy as if he was talking to a therapist.
Yeah, it's like, Ben, you don't need Jimmy's advice. You are, well, is he really capable of forming a decent relationship? No, he isn't. We all, I will say the one redeeming factor about this episode is that it's nice that we get shit back in on the action, which has been badly missed. But it's basically a battle of like, oh, who owns ship? Is it Julie or is it Basel? And it just eventually just gets to the point of just like, you know what, Julie, your ship's owner. You own ship at this point. Let's just forget about that. But the only other nice thing I can say about this episode is that Chip learned a new word, Julie. So it's pretty much a case of Chip just being like, I'm going to stay with Julie. That's all this episode amounts to in the end.
Yep.
Unless you had anything else to say about it.
Yeah.
Just do it. Just say your piece and we can move on.
This episode's shit. Moving on.
Yeah, pretty much. We're moving on to episode 3, The Big Story, which is Jimmy's YouTube vlog episode. Where he finds Audrey 2 from Little Shop of Horrors. Feed me, Jimmy! But this episode is weird for one reason, and one reason only. The team not believing Jimmy when he's like, hey, there is something going on here. Why wouldn't they believe him?
I think it may be because by that point, the plant clones were already implanted, no pun intended.
Fair enough. But yeah, so eventually the entire Alien Force team gets turned into plant clones, and it's up to Jimmy to kind of save the day, which is nice that he actually gets. Yeah, he gets this one moment in the spotlight, and I also laughed when you were like, because the way they figure out like how to defeat the plants in this episode was by using peanuts, and you were like confused by that.
Yeah, because what do peanuts have to do with plants?
And it's like, no, it's the salt in peanuts because plants are sensitive to salt. Yeah. But also this episode just has a weird obsession with Gwen trying to make puns.
Yeah, leave the puns to me and Kevin.
Yeah, leave the puns to Ben and Kevin. So yeah, a better episode than Eye of the Beholder, but nothing really to say about it. It's just Jimmy doing his thing, figuring out a mystery and trying to solve it on his own and saving the day with peanuts. So we can move on to episode 4 of season 3, Victor the Spoils.
Yep. In this episode, Ben, Gwen, and Kevin all take a trip to a country known as Zarkovia, where which is currently under a civil war between the kingdom and its rebels.
Yeah, which when I saw it, I was like, oh my god, don't tell me this is the sequel to Simple.
Thankfully not. Instead, the Prince of Zarkovia, Gula, or whatever,
it's basically trying to overthrow his father.
Yep, and King Darian's be like, whippersnapper not happening today. and apparently Gila has the frozen body of Dr. Victor.
Yeah. So, will Dr. Victor get out? Of course he will.
One moment. You can keep talking. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So, Dr. Victor escapes the episode. It's basically like the Frankenstein monster episode of Ben 10, and the team ends up being captured by the Sarkonians after the king is usurped because they want to use Ben for experiments. And the king does eventually get absorbed into Dr. Victor. And this is where we get the Ultimate Alien debut of Heat Blast, which hey, nice to see. Nice to see we get that for the very first alien that Ben turned into finally back. So that was kind of nice to see here. Shame though that this is one of the major problems I have with Ultimate Alien is that it's called Ultimate Alien, and yet there's not really that many Ultimate Alien transformations. I think there's about 8 of them, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I'll wait until Tyler comes back to get a exact number on them. But yeah, there's not really many of them, and it's a shame now because what would Ultimate Heat Blast look like? I mean, we do get Ultimate Wild Mutt at some point, which gives him the ability to talk, which is nice to see. So yeah, it's also here that after Kevin absorbs Doctor Fitz's powers, it was when he was suffering from his third mutation. He sent him to the null void, but again, somehow Victor escaped. No explanation given. So yeah, really, all this episode boils down to is just getting reacquainted with Dr. Victor and some of Ben's old aliens. But aside from that, not really much to take away from this episode. And I'm glad you're back, Ben. Not Ben, Tyler, because I had a question. Because in this episode we get like I said, we get the Ultimate Alien debuts of Wildmont and Heat Blast. But my main question was like, how many? It's called Ultimate Alien. How many Ultimate Aliens are there that were actually used in the actual series?
8.
8. Yeah, called Ultimate Alien, only using 8 Ultimate Aliens. That is pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, that was really all I had to say on this episode, unless you had anything else to say.
Now, moving on to episode 5, Girl Trouble.
Girl Trouble, which hey, we get to see more Anodites here because we get introduced to Ben and Gwen's cousin, Sunny,
who never gets mentioned again after this episode.
Which is a shame. So yeah, Sunny is basically a rebellious Gwen who is just like who I want. So is Sunny like a cousin in the sense that would you say she's a half cousin to Ben and Gwen, because we never find out like who is her father or her mother.
Yeah, we do not know.
Yeah, because I'm looking at her profile and it says that Fidona's her grandmother, but it doesn't mention that Max is her grandfather. So it begs the question: like, is she a half cousin to Ben and Gwen? She has to be a half cousin then.
Yeah, I guess. Oh wait. Yeah. Oh wait. She does.
Oh,
she does appear in Omniverse, so she's not just a one-off.
All right, yeah. So I guess because it's not mentioned on her profile that that Max is her grandfather, so I guess she's like a half cousin on the Anodite side of the family. I just said that, and again realized how weird this franchise is. So yeah, this episode she's honestly on Earth because she's I guess she's kind of bored.
She's more so like, uh,
She's been sent to Earth by her grandmother because rebellious teenage Anodite for Anodite time, and she's bored and she wants something to do.
yep, and
And we also get introduced to her boyfriend Antonio.
and he's basically just a giant troll guy.
Yeah, who like how does that work? Like how does that work?
Love is love, I guess.
Yeah. I guess love love is love. So yeah, and Sunny basically and hit and okay, I think this was the line from Sunny. Work is for people with no passion. I believe Sunny does say that. And I'm just there thinking like actors, writers, directors. Yeah, clearly Sunny has never had something that she's been passionate about that she'll want to work on. But one thing that did make me laugh was when Gwen said to Sunny, "Because shut up." Because I was like, "Oh my god, Gwen stole Shizu's catchphrase from Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge."
Yeah.
And naturally, we have Gwen being jealous of her cousin throughout the episode. And the only way to stop Sunny in the end is we have a Fedona ex machina who basically is just here like, oh, I'm here to get Sunny and bring her back to Anna. How do you pronounce the planet's name?
Anodyne.
So yeah, and I did point this out because they're like, because they do say at the end of the episode, our family's weird, and I'm like, all families are weird.
Yeah.
Like, if you really think about it, like, people say like, oh, we want a normal family. Like, what is normal? Like seriously, what is normal? We're all a little weird in some way. But anyway, moving on to episode 6 or 7. 6, Revenge of the Swarm. So, question now, is Alien Swarm canon?
Yes.
A big yes, because technically this is kind of sort of a follow-up to everything that happened in Alien Swarm, because we have Victor Felders back, we have Elena back, and we get revealed that the Queen in Alien Swarm was just a decoy for something much bigger. Because it's revealed after all that happened with the microchips that Victor Felders actually died.
Damn.
Yeah, and also another minor point here: Kevin dated other girls before Gwen. Not surprising. I mean, everybody wants to get with Kevin. Anyway, the whole conflict of this episode starts because Julie is kidnapped and Ben is blaming Elena for it, but she's like, no, I have nothing to do with it. So it is revealed that, I believe it's revealed that Felders was the one that kidnapped Julie.
Well, it was probably like Elena sending out like a duplicate of Victor to kidnap Julie.
Yeah. And also as well in this episode we have Elena being a dropout from the Plumbers Academy. But the big thing that I feel like we have to address the elephant in the room with this episode with Elena.
She's the queen.
No, not that. I was gonna. Yeah, well, that as well. She's the Nano Queen, but also as well, she her animation design is different. It has been altered from the live action version.
Heavily to where it is infinitely worse.
Infinitely worse because try she they Michael Jacksoned her. That's the best way to put. That's the best way to put it.
At least she didn't have to appear in court.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's uncomfortable. Like it's an uncomfortable thing to address, but we have to address it because otherwise somebody will probably be like, "Why didn't you bring it up?" So we're just getting that band-aid off. Elena's design is radically different and worse. They Michael Jacksoned her. Let's just move on from that topic. So after the fight and everything that happens, we have Elena sacrificing herself to save Ben. So I guess the only thing that we can take away from this episode is that technically Alien Swarm is like the only movie that you can consider canon to the actual series. Which, hey, if you're gonna do it, you might as well do it. You might as well make it. You might as well make it official. Because a lot of movies don't get canonized in terms of like when they're based on TV series. So it is okay. It is cool when it actually gets done. I just wish they kept like I just wish they kept like Elena's design how she looked when she was in Alien Swarm, the movie. But anyway, another movie that we have to question: is it canon or not? Or I guess at this point it's retcon to an alternative timeline. Is Race Against Time in Ben 10,000 Returns? So now Ben 10,000 has time traveling powers, and Race Against Time has been retconned into an alternative timeline. And a lot of people did. I've seen a lot of people bring this up as criticism, but the fact that Ben 10,000 can now use the powers without actually transforming into the aliens. What's your opinion on that, Tyler?
On what?
On Ben being able to use the powers of the aliens without actually transforming into them when he's Ben 10,000 essentially doing that.
I feel like it kind of defeats the point of Ben 10 being Ben 10. Like, his whole gimmick is that he transforms into aliens.
Yeah, I kind of have
a bit of a middle ground to where only part of his body transforms. Like, say if he were to go, like, if he were to, like, shoot out some of Swamp Fire's flames, like, his arm would transform into, like, Swamp Fire's arm.
Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. Also, as well in this episode, we have Professor Paradox again, which is always nice to see this guy. And I guess the reason why we can technically count Race Against Time canon is because Eon from Race Against Time actually appears in this, but he crossed Ben's timeline, so I guess he's created the multiverse now, and Paradox actually explains what the Hand of Armageddon actually is from that movie, and I get the feeling that Paradox, well, I love him. He's just here to explain exposition.
To be fair, that's what Paradox does a lot. Exposition.
Yeah. Exposition. Rush it out. ASAP. So we also have Ben and Benjamin using Way Big, and I put Clock Guy, but what was Clockwork to try and destroy that hand that Eon used to come through, and and this is where Eon uses basically the Dalek extermination beam to destroy Way Big and Swamp Fire. No. But also in this episode, there's a big thing that I wanted to bring up, and it's the fact that Ben can use anodite powers. So, well, Ben 10,000 can use them. And I did have this theory about why Ben himself cannot fully master the anodite powers. I did put it down somewhere. Let me find it. That I feel like what should have happened. Where was it? Okay, I can't exactly find where I put it, but I feel like what should have happened is that Fedona should have explained to Ben and Gwen exactly how the anodite powers work. Is that in order to fully master them, you have to have it takes time, discipline, and patience. And I feel like that's the three aspects Ben especially lacks the most, but Gwen excels in them. Like, she has time, patience, and discipline, which is why she can fully master them, whereas Ben can't. I feel like if we got that explanation of why Ben, that would have made a lot of sense. Of like, okay, this is why Gwen is able to master anodite powers and Ben isn't.
Honestly, I don't mind the explanation of the fact that Gwen simply doesn't have that Ben simply doesn't have the spark. That way, it helps like make Gwen unique from Ben.
But then it also begs the question of like, so I guess Carl and Frank didn't have the spark as well, even though they should have the spark more than Gwen because they're half anodites essentially.
Pretty sure that's not how genetics work, but what do I know? I'm not a scientist. Oh, sorry, Harley.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it just seems like something that you would think would have been brought up. It's like, shouldn't half anodites have the spark more than quarter anodites?
I don't know, maybe it was like a recessive trait.
I guess. It's just something that I found really interesting to bring up, especially with this episode, because I get the feeling that even though, like I said, that Ben doesn't have the spark, he can potentially access it just for a very brief moment. But yeah, what do we know? And also at the end of this episode, we have Ben 10,000 essentially unlocking all aliens Ben has turned into for Ben. So now we get all the aliens. We now potentially get all the aliens back that Ben has not used for a while.
Yep, even though they don't really capitalize on it, but hey, we do get some of the classics back. Like,
yep.
As we'll see later on. But
yeah. Now we move on to after all these episodes of no storyline, we finally get storyline with Creature from Beyond.
Yep. It all starts at a retirement home where we meet this guy named George. And old Georgie here decides to stand up and go out for a nightly stroll.
But is it a nightly stroll? Who knows? So we also have the Forever Knights as well attacking the Circle of Infinity.
AKA a giant manhole cover standing up with an infinity symbol.
Yeah, and also as well, I love the line here. Must be Monty Python week.
Yeah.
So, and also as well, Gwen saying, I'm gonna have to start taking notes. I know the feeling, Gwen. I know the feeling. So it's also revealed here that we have again mind-controlled aliens forcing Ben and the Forever Knights to Ben's team and the Forever Knights to work together, which should have happened more at this point. Because I feel like the big reason why I'm not really, I thought the Forever Knights have been such a wasted potential, very wasted potential.
You can say that again.
Yeah, because you figure, because after Vilgax, they're like the most iconic like antagonists in the Ben 10 franchise, and yet they're hardly ever used. I mean, they're used here. I say that ironically because they're used here, but they're not used in like an interesting way, if that makes sense.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So, and also as well, we have yeah. And it begs the question with this, like, the Forever Knight Cyrus, why does he want to kill Ben?
Because blah 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 aliens, blah blah blah, we live to kill you, blah blah, we're racist, blah.
Yeah, but why? Why? What has Ben done to the Forever Knights that have made them like this pay?
Aliens.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. So after all of that, we have the Forever Knights accidentally releasing an evil creature from another dimension known as the Lucubra. Lucubra, which is essentially a dog squid slimy sort of creature who turns out to be a minion of what's essentially going to be the main antagonist for the rest of Ultimate Alien, Dagon.
Yep.
Yeah, and by the end of this episode, we have old Georgie arriving at the site of where everything has happened, with a sad look in his eyes. So, and I'm sure he's not going to be important later on. Might as well start calling him Richie. But yeah, not really much to say about this episode, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah. It gets us started, but we have been 8 episodes into this shit.
And what's happened?
A whole lot of nothing, aside from a pink manhole being used to trap the Lucubra in his own dimension.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, we have next episode, basic training, where it turns out that the team aren't officially plumbers, so they've got to go to plumber school.
Yep, it's also here where we meet some new characters. One of which being is it Tuck or Tack?
It's Tack.
Tack, who idolizes Ben. Who idolizes Ben?
Yeah,
and we also meet another Magister, Magister Hulka,
who, let's be honest, is Sergeant Silverback from SPD. He is basically the hard ass, no nonsense. Like, right, if you speak out of line, I'm gonna make you do 50 push-ups.
Either that or R. Lee Ermey's character from Full Metal Jacket,
which is kind of ironic considering that's what called Sergeant Silverback from SPD. So it's essentially the same thing. So we have a restriction for Ben here, where he is forbidden from transforming. Sorry, because I feel like it's because they think like him transforming is cheating in a way, which it is. It is, if you really think about it. Because Ben needs to learn, like, hey, you can't always rely on your transformations, Ben. So we're gonna forbid you from transforming, and this is where Ben really struggles because Gwen can use a gun, Ben not so much. And we also have, and because of this, because Ben is failing miserably at this whole plumber training, he decides, hey, I'm going to break the rules and transform into Fast Track. I believe this is Fast Track's first appearance.
Yep.
Which Fast Track is essentially just Accelerate, just with a different name, if you really think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we also have as well the team basically be after trying to break the rules, being caught and having to be punished with tech. Before it's revealed that there is more going on here, where we have a creature called Cola, basically appearing, who I believe got out of the null void and is now on the path of revenge.
Yep, against because Magister Hulka sent him there.
Yeah. So, and even though Ben is forbidden from using his transformations, he still transforms into forearms to save Magister Hulka's life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and once all is said and done, the team, the Hulka decides to pass the team, and they're now all officially plumbers in his eyes. So, go ahead.
One other thing to note is that Magister Hulka actually drops by to see the team off, and gives Ben a medal, one that is an award for creative and effective tactics made in the heat of battle.
Yeah, which is nice. But again, Ben was in this episode as well was a bit of an egotistical about his powers.
Yeah. We also. This is also the debut of a minor villain, Trumbipular, who is just an elephant, but he will come up in Omniverse somewhat. Not really.
Oh, okay. But that's for later. For now, we have to move on to It's Not Easy Being Gwen, which is episode 10.
And obviously, this episode is about Argent.
No!
Just kidding, it's about Gwen.
Yeah, of course it's about Gwen. So, yeah, this was the episode where I was, like, alluded to Gwen being a little bit of a hypocrite about Ben and what was happening. Oh no, is it? Yeah, it's this episode where Gwen was getting up in arms about Ben not being there for Julie, whereas Gwen does the exact same thing here with her best friend Emily, because of everything that's going on in life. And it's nice that we actually get to see this side of Gwen, because for the most part she's kind of like the voice of reason, and you wouldn't think that because Ben's the main character and has to do all the heavy brunt work and we get the most fame for him. People seem to forget, like, no, Gwen and Kevin have it just as hard as him because they're part of his main team as well. He needs to have them there to be supportive of him. On top of Gwen also going to school, trying to get into a decent college as well, whilst also being a crime fighter, going on until 3:00 in the morning when she has to get up at 5:30 in the morning.
Yep, which is nothing new if you're in the American school, if you've been in the American school system.
Yeah. Yeah. So as well, and as well, they Gwen is also having is being tasked with her mother, like, hey, can you write out these family reunions? Which Ben doesn't care if he's invited to the reunion. Which, they say he's not invited to the reunion, but he doesn't care about it. So I'm like, why? Why wasn't Ben invited?
I think it's more so to be on Gwen's mom's side of the family.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, I do. So we have Gwen's best friend here, Emily, who has a piano recital and wants Gwen to be there to support her, because of the fact that Emily would do the same thing for her. But Gwen is. I feel like Gwen as well kind of starts to realize like, hey, maybe I should not be as hard on Ben. I get the feel. I'm just getting my own theories out here, but I get the feeling that Gwen would probably be like, maybe I shouldn't be as hard on Ben about having to balance having a relationship with Julie and also saving the world, because that's kind of what I'm having to deal with right now.
Well, at least her boyfriend is fighting alongside her.
Yeah, but no, I'm talking about like when like with Emily wanting Gwen to be there for her recital, and Gwen having to stop Animo. Even though it's Animo, I feel like Ben and Kevin could have easily taken him on by themselves.
You make a fair point. Especially considering when in Escape from Agrigor in the opening scene, we saw a brainstorm taking care of Dr. Animo's Yeti, no problem.
Yeah. Although I did like in this episode where we got like a juxtapose of Emily playing her piano whilst also the fight was going on at the same time. And eventually Gwen does make it there for Emily to see her recital, even though her uniform is like tattered and bruised. So yeah, yeah, and so yeah, really, after this, really with this episode, it's just nice to see like, hey, yeah, Kevin and Gwen, they have it just as hard as Ben does sometimes. So yeah, and now we can move on to episode 11. Prisoner number 775 is missing, aka the episode where Colonel Rossum reveals like, hey, Area 51 is an alien prison.
Yep. So basically, it starts with dear old Georgie on his stroll, and he ends up going to Area 51, and then teleporting it to God knows where.
Yeah, but also here we finally get an explanation of why Ben says the names of his aliens out loud.
It's to strike fear into his opponent.
Yeah, and I do like how this is brought up again when later on in the episode where he transforms into Wild Mutt, and Gwen says Wild Mutt, and she's like, somebody has to say it, essentially. So we have in this episode 774 alien prisoners, but as the title suggests, the prisoner number 775 pretty much manages to escape, and I do like this alien. I really do like it. Like it's a chameleon alien, and chameleons are cool.
Yeah. Basically, the whole thing regarding Prisoner 775 is that he on his home planet, he was fighting against he was rebelling against rebelling against a dictator and fled to Earth for help. But whenever he tried to explain himself, they wouldn't listen, and he was locked away for 50 years.
Yeah, because they're the government, and the government are dicks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but one thing I did like as well about this episode was Raph. Raph was funny in this episode because of him just arguing with gravity.
Yeah.
Like, who argues with gravity?
Raph.
Of course he does. Of course he does. And also the stupid raft size hole. And it is kind of crazy that the prisoner actually feels suicidal in this episode. Of just being like, just put me out of my misery already.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but not before Gwen scans him, and does he? I feel does he get away? Prisoner 775.
Well, first, he gets captured. Then he decides to go after Colonel Rosam's family.
Which, hey, he's entirely justified in doing that. I mean, he was locked away for 50 years. He was just trying to escape. He was just trying to escape a dictator on his own home world, and he was exiled to Earth, only to be like imprisoned under Area 51. And in his absence, his family was killed. So he is entirely justifiable in his revenge against Colonel Rosam. I don't condone it, but at the same time, I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but also as well, it's revealed that the Area 51 being an alien prison is illegal under interstellar law, which you'd think after this that Colonel Rosen would have been arrested by the plumbers.
Yeah, well, yeah, you'd think, but no.
Yeah. So anyway, oh yeah. So Prisoner 775 eventually after
Getting his shit kicked in by Ultimate Wildmutt.
Yeah, and saying to Ben, just kill me so that I can be reunited with my family. And everything. He's eventually taken away by the plumbers, but not before Ben scans him and unlocks Chameleon.
Yep. Or as he calls it in this episode, Overkill.
Which do you prefer? Overkill or Chameleon?
Chameleon.
Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, really interesting episode. Pretty complex episode of just like who is really the villain of this episode? Is it Prisoner 775 or is it Colonel Rosem?
It's Colonel Rosem.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's actually been stated by Dwayne McDuffie himself on his message boards that this episode is like an allusion and commentary on Guantanamo Bay, and which was like a prison for opposition arrested during the war in Afghanistan and Iraq. And when Dwayne McDuffie heard of that, he thought it was horrible, holding people who did no wrong against their will.
Yeah. And Prisoner 775 did nothing wrong. He was just like, I'm getting away from this dictator, and to get captured, put in prison for something for no reason, and then have my family killed. Yeah, I'd be pretty annoyed by that.
Yeah.
But anyway, we now get Moonstruck. Probably, I would say this is probably my favorite episode of Ultimate Alien. Why? Because it's the Max backstory. We get Max's backstory in this episode of like how he was recruited to be a plumber and how he met Fedona, who starts off this episode with them clearing out the rust bucket too, and with Ben trying to make the job easier by transforming into forearms, but he gets stuck. And so they literally kick him out of the rust bucket, and this is where Gwen finds a bracelet in one of the boxes that Max is carrying, and Max explains, "Oh no, this belongs to your grandmother," and he starts to tell the story of how him and Fedona first met, and we get a look at young Max, who is who is the who Ben whom Ben 10,000 without the beard and everything is the spitting image of a young Max.
I'll say.
Yeah, which is crazy to think because that's something me and Ben have in common because I'm the spitting image of my grandfather when he was in his younger years. So that's nice. I literally put more Max backstory for Fedona. Gimme.
Well, basically in this episode, we see that Max was once a pilot in the Air Force who was very reckless, very stubborn, and very spontaneous. And they're like, let's send your ass up into space.
Yeah, and I think Senku would like to have a few words with you, Max, because he's getting to the moon before you. But also as well when we have Fedona, who's in disguise, being chased by a UFO. We have them on the road, and they crash into a truck. So, did the trucker die? Did the trucker die that the robot that was chasing them crashed into when it crashed into that truck? Did the trucker die?
Maybe.
Yeah. I don't know. And also, so robots, and also the inconsistency of this robot and like what it can and can't do it's just baffling. So it can survive an explosion, but it can easily be cut with shears. So it's like how is that metal just sturdy or paper thin?
I guess just really paper thin.
Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, and also this is where we get an appearance from Magister Lambrid, the Magister that was killed back in Alien Force. So it's nice that Magister Lambrid was the first, like, I guess, plumber that Max ever came in contact with. So after explaining the story and everything, we have Fedona return. We have Fedona return to our light form, and she asks Max to come with her to space. And Max is like, "Yeah, I'm needed. I need to do things here on Earth." But she eventually ends up kissing him and promising that they will meet again someday. Oh, they will. Oh, they will. Yeah. So it was nice. It was nice that we got this like Max backstory of like how he first met Fedona and how he was first recruited in how he was first recruited to join the plumbers.
Yeah. Go
ahead.
Yeah, you go.
It's just a shame that we'll never see Fedona again.
Yeah.
Again, why introduce like Max's technically wife essentially, but never give her like at least one appearance in Omniverse.
I don't know. Wait, hold on. Let me check if she actually has an appearance in Omniverse. I don't think so, but hey, can't be too careful.
Yeah. Does she?
Alien Force. Nope, she does not appear again.
No, which is a shame. Again, still waiting on that Max spin-off with him as the main character. But before I can plan out my fan fictions, we need to get on to Simeon Says.
Yep. Which is the return of everyone's favorite arachnid chimp, Simeon.
Which not really. Not really a fan of Simeon, but hey, at least we get the Cena sites again, which is always a treat to see them and have them turn creatures into DNA aliens.
Yep, because Simeon decided to sell a Xenoslate Queen to this arachnid chimp crime boss named Mizaru. So now the DNA aliens are taking over Simeon's own planet of Aranhaskema? Aranhaskema. That's the best I could do. If I'm wrong, you can let me know.
Yeah. And also as well, we have Asmuth in this episode having a chip on his shoulder for some reason. Like, what is his problem? What is Asmuth's problem sometimes?
He's a cranky old man he's the smartest being in 5 galaxies.
I guess. But also as well, we have Eunice conducting research on Primus. And when Simeon basically recruits the Alien Force team to like, hey, can you help me sort out this mess? He basically he's basically trying to sell out Ben's family essentially.
Oh, sorry.
Are you okay?
Yeah, for some reason, like, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab an allergy pill.
All right, fair enough. So I'll continue on. So they try to do a similar thing of what happened in at the end of War of the Worlds with the guns that they used to stop the DNA aliens and turn them back into humans. But apparently that only works on humans. And they eventually are able to overthrow Maximus because he is eaten by one of the inhabitants of the planet, and Simeon doesn't learn his lesson by the end of this episode, because he is back on the market deals and selling the DNA repair guns for a hefty profit. So, well, Simeon didn't learn a thing. He's still just being a conniving scumbag, as it all were. And yeah, I'll continue on and to the next episode, and when Tyler gets back, give his final thoughts on the episode. But yeah, so we have greetings from Tekadon, where we have the introduction of the Tekadon robots, which are pretty cool designs. I just like the fact that they're just all armor, no face. I do like that about them. So we start off this episode in Bellwood with a massive rectangular object crashing into the center of town, and emerging from it is a Tekadon robot. And while all this is going on, the team, including Julie, are playing an even game of miniature golf, and this is where Ben again cheats, because Ben is a cheat when it comes to his aliens. He transforms into Brainstorm to calculate the series of complex equations to easily get the hole in one in a Tokyo hole, and Julie rightfully calls out Ben for demanding a rematch, which, yeah, fair enough, Julie. He deserves that. And Kevin uses his hand as a golf club. Does that count as cheating because he turns his hand into the golf club? and I love the fact that they're taking this game of miniature golf seriously. Um, so yeah, the Tokyo scene is essentially based on Godzilla, and one of the things after when after all this is done, where we have the Techodon robot arriving to attack the group, and they remember their first victory against the robots. The brainstorm brainstorm transforms into goop, and it's far more difficult with battling the Tekadon, and it forces Kevin to spare the robot with a model of the to spear the robot with a model of Tokyo Tower from the golf course. So this is where Kevin's like, okay, we're gonna get the black box from the robots with the intent to figure it out who sent it before selling it onto the open market, which yeah, Kevin would do something like that. But the one thing I do want to say about this episode is that I do like the conversation Ben and Gwen have about just the everyday life of like how weird their life kind of is, but also as well how Ben does take things seriously and only makes what he does look easy, and they're having a conversation at Mr. Smoothies because of course they are. And also, I do like how um, how Gwen and Ben are just like, "Hey, hey, did you ever think we would be friends?" No. So that was pretty nice to say about that. And after buying the robot for after buying the robot and it breaking Mr. Smoothie, everyone's just like, "Oh, nobody breaks Mr. Smoothie." Gwen goes to see Volcanus and Archer being there. So, and it's revealed in this episode that Volcanus spent enough money because the Tekadon robots. It's revealed that Volcanus is the one behind them all and is using them to just destroy Ben for him. And he spent basically an entire enough money to buy a solar system on the Tekken drones. So it begs the question, like, how much do these Tekken drones actually cost? I don't know. So, and it's revealed that the ID masks that Kevin was using in Alien Force to basically hide the fact that he was a mutant can be used to copy objects. So they use it to reconfigure so that the Tekadon robot attacks Volcanus instead after they're able to start attacking the robots and have a big battle. And Volcanus angrily flies away with the robot going after him, yelling at Ben that he wishes he could hate him to death. Hey, you never know. And so, with all the issues resolved for the Tekadon robots, the team decides to get Julie and play a rematch in miniature golf. And Ben at this point is just like, you know what, Gwen, you drive for us. So it's nice that we had these little moments between Ben and Gwen. So yeah, really like this episode. Despite Arjun being this episode, I thought it was a very fun episode, and the Tekadon robot was pretty cool. But now we move on to The Purge, episode 15 of series 3. So yeah, we are about so we're nearly there. We're nearly there, guys. We're nearly there. So yeah, the Purge. So we have the Forever Knights, Driscoll and Connor and Sinnock. We have them all back, and it's revealed here that there are different houses on the Forever Knights. Of the Forever Knights, implying that there are different factions for the Forever Knights. We see old George kicking ass, and we're feeling like, hey, I am the original. I am the original George as the founder, the original Forever Knight, and George unites the Forever Knight factions into one and vows to rid the Earth of all aliens, because the Forever Knights are racist, and that's all they are. And this is where we get like probably one of the most shocking. I don't know how to feel about this, but basically Piers from Max Force dies in this episode. Like the Forever Knights straight up kill him, and I was just there like, wait, did the Forever Knights kill Piers? And yeah, he's basically dead. And again, we have RJ. Why is RJ in so many episodes in Ultimate Alien? Like, do people like Arjit? Because I certainly don't. But yeah, so basically Piers is the one that actually dies here, and that was like the most shocking. Like, wait, what? Huh? I thought there would be more to that, but yeah. So we have also as well Gwen and Kevin fighting fighting Tombo. Basically, the alien from Basic Train that looks like an elephant. I cannot pronounce his name. So apparently he's escaped the null void, and despite their efforts, he escapes. RJ arrives in a shuttlecraft, and he explains that what the Forever Knights are actually doing, and he needs their help to convince them to let him stay because he is a spineless coward like that. So they're like, "Oh, well, fine. We don't trust you, but we're gonna help you anyway. We're gonna try and look into your story to see if it's true." And they're finding out that, oh yeah, a few hundred aliens have indeed left. So it's like, okay, yeah, this is worth addressing. So they eventually go to a Forever Knights castle to investigate, but after activating an alarm, they release another mech dragon, which is stronger than the ones they faced before, and Ben transforms into Lone Star, and he and him and Kevin are able to just destroy the dragon. And once they head up to the alien food market to investigate and talk to a shopkeeper called Mr. Buurman to find out why the aliens are leaving, Mr. Buurman tells them like, "Hey, I have no idea." And Mr. Buurman is kind of like the Ernie from Power Rangers, except he knows like what's going on with Ben, Kevin, Gwen, the aliens, and everything. So he has that kind of nice charm about him, and so it reveals that, hey, this is what's happening. I am hiding this alien family from the Forever Knights, because if I give them up to the Forever Knights, they'll be killed. And sure enough, the Forever Knights have been attacking aliens on Earth, so the team were like, right, we're going to set a trap and wait for the Forever Knights to show up. And as soon as they do that, they're watching they're basically getting a bunch of aliens into one room, and George's Knights arrive and start attacking the team, with Ben transforming into Merc Upchuck and leading, and they're essentially outnumbered by the Forever Knights and are defeated by a plasma beam tank before Gwen and Kevin free themselves from the handcuffs that they've been in place with. And Ben's just like, "So Driscoll, I challenge you to a duel." And he eventually defeats Driscoll with Ultimate Spider Monkey and threatens to free the aliens that have been captured as prisoners, get rid of the Knights. And as he transforms back into Ben, he delivers a serious threat to Driscoll, which extends to the entire order. So the Forever Knights like, okay, we're going to free the aliens. And Driscoll reports his failures to George, but George reassures him that he will not be punished. This is the beginning of a far greater war, the battle of 100 lifetimes. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's nowhere near as like the Battle of 100 Lifetimes as it was with War of the Worlds. And we'll get to that when we get to War of the Worlds. So hopefully Tyler will be back in a bit. But yeah, really, again, George's story that's going on. Not really much I can really comment on, because I'm not interested in George as an antagonist. I just feel like he's just come completely out of nowhere, if I'm being honest. Like there's not really been any setup for him, and maybe if we got like some sort of like backstory beforehand on the Forever Knights, rather than just being an Ultimate Alien, like the fact that they mentioned George at some point. Like maybe if they mentioned him, that might have been something I could get behind. But no, they didn't. So I'm not really sure what to do, what to say about it. Like George, I get he doesn't have like the charm of other antagonists. Like certainly, I feel like if Agrigor, like this is one thing I really hoped that would have happened if Agrigor was like a de facto leader of the Forever Knights, and he was using the map of infinity um to basically get to what they want, get to what their ultimate goal was for this season. I feel like that would have made Agregor much more of like connected to everything that's going on in Ultimate. But it seems like Ultimate as as an issue where it's like we have all the storyline with Agregor in just the first half, and then but we have like 30 episodes left. What do we do? Let's do a Forever Night story. Like, okay, but we haven't built up the Forever Nights in any way. So it's like, oh crap. So yeah, that's. But overall, the Purge was okay. It's just like it's just not an episode that I would really go back on to, and it's only going to get worse from this point on because now we get into the Flame Keeper Circle where we get introduced to the um Flaming Keeper Circle, also known as the Exalgor, the Exalgors, Esotericas, not Exalgors, Esotericas, where they're at a carnival, and this is episode 16 of Ultimate Alien, where they're at a carnival, and it's revealed that
I'm back. That's what was revealed. I returned.
yeah, he returned. So I've made it up to the Flamekeeper Circle. So if you wanted to talk about like the end of Simeon Says, Greens from Tekadone, and the Purge, like your thoughts on that?
Simeon Says was all right. Greetings from Tekkanon. It was really cool getting some more background stuff about the Tekkanon robots. Very clever how Gwen exposed Volcanus. Same thing with Argent. The Purge. Pierce is dead.
Yeah, I was like, this was one of like I said when I was talking about it. This is one of the most surprising and just like this is it's kind of surprising but at the same time insulting to Pierce to kind of get done in just like that.
Well, also kind of shows that like they're not playing around now.
Yeah, yeah, but like I said, when I was just talking about it, that if we got like more of like the backstory in the Forever Nights before now, maybe I would have cared as much. But at the same time, I just don't care for Georgie or what he's doing. Yeah, so that was
Fair
my
enough.
thought. That was my thoughts on the Purge.
Also, the fight
through...
between Driscoll and Ben went really hard.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll give it that. But yeah, we're in the Flamekeeper Circle where we meet basically essentially the rivals to the Forever Knights in the form of the Esotericas.
Yep. Well, the Flamekeeper Circle is basically a cult that worships a being known as the Dagon, who they believe brought them all their like technology and shit. And this is clearly based on Scientology, so Scientologists click off the video.
Yeah. This is what Scientologists truly believe in. If you were, but it turns out that the Dagon that they're worshipping at this point is not the real Dagon. Is Phil Gax, who is finally back after his defeat at the end of Alien Force.
Yep, but the Flamekeeper. But the folks over at the Flamekeeper Circle don't want to listen because they're stubborn.
Yes, they're stubborn and they don't want to listen to the fact that this is Phil Gax, the destroyer of 10 planets. Not 11, 10.
So also we get introduced to Conduit Edwards, who is kind of like the leader of the Flamekeeper Circle and the Esoterica. Basically, the Esoterica are like the foot soldiers of the Flamekeeper Circle. They have like the ability to shoot like energy balls out of their hand, and they can like shift through dimensions.
Yeah, which they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. Again, just wish there was more of them built. Just wish there was. They were built up a bit more before this point. Like I said, maybe if Agrigor was maybe a de facto leader for either the Forever Knights or the Esoterica, maybe we could have maybe this could have worked a lot better than it actually is. But it just seems like they're just fumbling around just to try piece things together to build up to the finale, rather than having a clear-cut plan, if that makes sense.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but in this episode as well, we also learn that Vilgax's empire has fallen shortly after his fell shortly after his defeat, and also Ben has unlocked 63 aliens at this point out of the 1,903 samples. So yeah, and also in this episode, Julie and Ben get into an argument about like having trust issues, because Julie wants to trust like the Flamekeeper Circle, but Ben's just like really skeptical of them.
Yeah, which like also it's like in this moment I like noticed like the animation like Julie was like doing like way too much. Like I don't know what was it, the animation of the episode, but like it was almost like they were trying to go for omniverse expressiveness with like in the UAF art style, but hey, that's probably just a me thing.
Probably a me thing, or maybe they were just trying to like experiment in preparation for Omniverse.
Maybe.
Yeah, but overall, it's just really, this episode is just really a key, just really like introducing the Flamekeeper Circle, the Esotericas, and we're feeling like, oh, Vilgax, that this is where he's been all this time.
Yeah, kind of. All right, not crazy, not terrible.
Nope. But the next episode, Double or Nothing, where we have Ben 10 live. Hey, are we watching watching Ben 10? Watching Ben 10 the series on Ben 10 the series. Yeah. Hey, Tennyson, looks like you got your own show. Yeah, we're watching it. So we have some. Oh, go ahead.
Basically, what this episode entails is, a little scheme of Albedo's gets exposed as he's trying to profit off of Ben's likeness.
Yep. Because he's just like, well, if I have to be stuck in this body, I might as well use it. Essentially.
Yep.
And so he's using this, and he's created an entire show around Ben's antics, which naturally gets under Ben's skin, but also Albedo gains the ability in this episode to transform into any species without the device, but it only happens for a short period of time. And this is where we also get to see Albedo's true form for the first time, which instead of it being green, instead of his eyes being green like Asmith's,
His eyes are red.
His eyes are red because he's evil. And also as well, we have 10 Gwens in live show. I think one Gwen is more than enough for people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love in this episode Ben ranting about Ben 10 live, because he just sounds like a critic of his own show.
Yeah. We also have like Gwen maybe Gwen suggesting that maybe they should talk to her dad since he's a lawyer.
Yeah, which, hey, interesting that we get that little bit of tidbit. Like, Gwen's dad's a lawyer, so it was nice that we actually got that. So, and also we find out like why Albedo is legitimately doing this, because he's trying to build a doomsday bomb to be all Ben 10s. So, also, fun facts about this episode: it's Dwayne McDuffie's favorite episode, or was Dwayne McDuffie's favorite episode.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh no, not Dwayne McDuffie. No, Derek James Wright. To
Derek J. Wyatt.
Yeah, I believe it's the writer of this episode. No, he's not.
He was the art director for Ben 10 Omniverse.
Oh, okay, all right. I can imagine that being somewhat one of the art director's favorite episodes. So yeah, it was a okay episode that just started Albedo being Albedo episode.
Yeah.
But now we have episode 18 of season 3, The Perfect Girlfriend. So we have in this episode, we start this episode with Ben and Gwen driving Julie to an airport to go to an international tennis match, which begs the question: why does she even need to take a plane? She has ship. Why doesn't she just use ship?
I'm pretty sure if the U.S. Air Force saw a weird green warship flying in the sky, they'd be a little concerned.
Fair enough, but at the same time, Ship in the finale, Ship is with her there on a tennis court, and nobody's batting an eye of like, what's that green creature down there?
Well, that's because everyone's been turned into that esoterica.
Oh, fair enough. No, it's before everyone gets turned into the esoterica.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So, and of course, Ben is just Ben is being a dick to Julie and not even going to support her. So she's just like, fine, I'm just gonna go by myself, Ben. But as it turns out, after Julia supposedly left, she shows up and she's acting strange. So strange that nobody except Ship actually points this out. Like, she's just there like, hey, yeah, I was wrong and everything, fine, whatever. My relationship is more important than a tennis match. And I can't believe nobody picks up on this, like when Ship is like growling at Julie. It's like nobody picks up like, hey, maybe that isn't Julie. Because I mean, I don't know about you, but if an imposter went up to Harley, do you think Harley would just if someone was impersonating you and they went up to Harley, do you think Harley would just start growling and barking at them?
Probably.
Yeah. So yeah, like, I don't get why nobody picks up on this. And we also have Kevin spying on Julie, and Kevin being like, "Hey, Gwen, something's going on with Julie right now. She's turned into something in this back alleyway. But he's attacked by a pair of living buildings, and eventually it is revealed what is actually going on here, because as Ben and Julie sit down to watch tennis, Julie appears on the TV, which it reveals that Julie was Elena or Ditto or whatever, and we do have a kind of an abrupt ending with this episode, with Elena basically turning into yandere and vowing to have revenge, and just kind of stops after that.
Yeah, that was kind of odd.
Yeah, but the one thing I do want to talk about is the movie listings that are in this episode. So when Ben and Elena as Julie go to the movie listings about what they want to see. So the movie listings we have are Hand Grenade Honeymoon, Vampire Summer, Sumo Slammers 4 the movie, Wendy's Wonderful Wedding. And we actually had to calculate how many Sumo Slammer films would there have been. So apparently 4 Sumo Slammer movies in 6 months. How is that possible?
They probably have to release like one movie every 1 to 2 months.
Yeah, fair enough. But the one I'm interested in is Hand Grenade Honeymoon. Like, what is that? Like, what kind of movie would be called Hand Grenade Honeymoon? Oh, I just find that hilarious. But also, as well, Ben's obsession with Sumo Slammer is getting too much at this point.
Yeah.
And what's the point of Ben having a team when he's the only one who is like, I'm going to confront these aliens? Yeah. But also as well, I have to comment on the buildings basically looking like Stack Attack from Pokemon, and Kevin doesn't even have any beast balls to capture them. So yeah, really, again, just Elena being Elena episode, and with a kind of abrupt ending. So now we can move on to the ultimate sacrifice.
This is one of the big ones here.
Oh, absolutely one of the big ones. Where most of the aliens, after something goes wrong with the Ultimatrix, Ben starts acting up as he's trying to fight against Humongosaur, basically overtaking him, kind of in the same vein to Ghost Freak. So how they get around this is Kevin ties him up with metal cables, and Gwen calls Dr. Borges. Oh my god! I've just realised her name, the pun in her name, Bogus. Borges. who's a psychiatrist who Gwen's mother thinks is the best psychiatrist ever. But she does jack shit.
I mean, to be fair, what did you expect her to do? She's a regular human psychiatrist trying to calm down a giant green dinosaur.
Fair enough. But either way, after Dr. Borges gets scared and runs off, asking them to pay her for her work later, of course, we have Ben disappearing and leaving behind the Ultimatrix, which apparently turns itself off. So Ben is now stuck in the Ultimatrix, thinking he is dead. And so now Gwen and Kevin are like arguing. I'm like, hey, how do we get him out of here? So Gwen makes the conscious decision of just being like, I'm going to go have my soul go into my Anodite form, go into the Ultimatrix to try and get him out. So the ones that are sentient from the Ultimatrix are Ultimate Echo, Ultimate Spider Monkey, Ultimate Swampfire, Ultimate Cannonball, and Ultimate Big Chill,
And
along with Ultimate Humongosaur. And so they're all in the same vein of Ghost Freak are upset with Ben for being like, oh, we are trapped in here and we want to get out. And we have Kevin being like, okay, while Gwen's in there, I'm gonna go to Galvin Prime to get Animus's help to try and sort this mess out. And so once Kevin's out there, he has to fight a Mechamorph guard who is similar to Upgrade. And it all culminates in Ben being like, we are gonna basically kill you. But before you can do that, but before we have you do that, we're gonna let you say goodbye to your cousin. So so after saying goodbye to Gwen, Ben literally jumps himself off. It basically proving like, hey, this power is not worth my cousin getting hurt. So I'll sacrifice myself for my cousin. And it turns out that this was that this glitch. I feel like it was mainly a test to see from the ultimate forms if Ben was worthy of wielding them.
But they were real and conscious.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah, this was really a pretty intense episode. If you probably one of the more intense episodes of Ultimate Alien.
Yeah, like, I mean, the fact that Ben was willing to sacrifice himself just honestly still goes to show that like the Ben that we like that like there's still a side to Ben that's like humble and immature.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh uh
yeah, and also Kevin admitted that Ben is his best friend. That was nice.
We get the Ultimate Alien debut of Ghost Freak.
Oh yes, of course, of course. Even though he doesn't do much, it's still nice that we finally got that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that was the ultimate sacrifice. Ben willing to put himself on the line for his cousin, and also Gwen doing the same thing. But now we have to talk about the Big Mom episode, the mother of all Friedels.
Yep, where we get introduced to the most terrifying being in all the galaxy, Ma Friedel.
Which is crazy to think when you have characters like Phil Gax, Ghost Freak, Saskera, aka Saskera, and of course the most terrifying person known to mankind, Argit. Nah, he's not. But I'm curious, like, is she really the most terrifying?
Nah, it's just
Well, either way, she has the most terrifying. She has the most terrifying child ever. I don't care that her child is an ugly child. Yeah. So yeah, basically the whole point of this episode is that Marfredo wants to clone her child, and by doing that, she's gonna drain all the water from planet Earth.
Mhm.
And she wants to unleash 300 billion pretty boy Fritos. That's going to be a how is she going to keep track after like the first billion?
I mean, some of them probably aren't going to make it, so she's probably making them a lot just in case.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, essentially Marfredo is basically Big Mom from One Piece. Again, added to my theory that Oda has watched Ben 10 at some point.
I would not be shocked if he did. Also, apparently she has literal eyes on the back of her head.
Does she?
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. But yeah, so when it's revealed that basically the Friedel brothers are like, when the mother basically says, "Yeah, you're expendable to me," they're just like, "Right, well, we're plumbers and we're gonna arrest you."
Yep, and actually, Octagon and Rhomboid Friedel were actually the ones who managed to arrest Ma Friedel.
Yeah, which is crazy. To see them come from where they started to where they are now, like actually doing their job.
Yeah.
But also as well, the one thing that needs comment on is when Ben as Big Chill goes up to Marfredo and is just like, "Hey, I know what it's like. I was a mother at one point." Which again, weird episode. I literally put here genocide, teen mom, semi-incest, and racism. This series is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also we have Ron Boy in this episode as well, doing literally kick the baby. Don't kick the baby. Kick the baby. But I do like the last line from Monfredo in this episode, which is basically a Scooby-Doo reference. I would have gone away with it too if it weren't for my meddling kids. Yeah. So now we move on to probably like the most fillerish of filler episodes ever. So fillerish that Kevin has to reference other series in this episode with the Winding Gyra. Gyra. Bleh.
I think it's Gyre.
Jaya. So it's basically just a fillerish episode, a filler episode about a trash monster, which you think it's going to be building up to something with the way it ends, but nope, it doesn't. So yeah, basically they find out that there's a trash monster going around just collecting up garbage, and Kevin makes references throughout this episode of to Captain Planet and the X-Files, because we have two agents in this episode who are Agent Bryson and Agent Locke, who are essentially Mulder and Scully. And it's crazy how they have these two agents there, basically references to the X-Files, and they don't even forget David Dakota or Gillian Anderson to voice them. So and it seems like they've used up all their pattern on Kevin's car being destroyed since the rust bucket in the rust bucket in the Ultimate Sacrifice got destroyed, and now it gets destroyed here, and it got destroyed in the last episode. So 3 episodes in a row, the rust bucket has been destroyed. So it's like we've used up all the energy on destroying Kevin's car. Let's destroy the rust bucket instead. Yeah, so really nothing to really say about this episode in a sense.
Yeah, it's just an excuse to make references to Captain Planet.
Yeah, and the X-Files.
And the X-Files.
Yeah, so we could just skip on from this episode and just move on to A Night to Remember, where we finally get back to the Esoterica and the Forever Knights, where we do learn like who I feel like in this episode we do learn about George and how he is the first proper Forever Knight, and the history with the Dagon, and how he's seems to be like the same Saint George that's from the myth of Saint George's Day about slaying the dragon and all of that. And we also get Winston back in this episode, not with him not knowing he is in league with the Esoterica because they're under possession, and Driscoll being a dick of because despite the fact that Winston was in no control of his action, Driscoll's just being like, right, I'm going to execute you for betraying us.
Because Driscoll's a prick like that.
Yes, he is. And also as well, we have Kevin here saying, oh, they're climbing stairs in parallel dimensions. Yeah, Gwen. And it's like, why would Kevin not believe that?
It's not the most far-fetched thing. Just last episode, they were fighting a giant trash monster. It's not exactly the most far-fetched thing.
Yeah. So, we also learned that the dagger's heart is also connected to the sword that George has, which is called
The Sword of
A-
Ascalon.
Ascalon. So so if the heart, I do believe it stayed. If the heart of the dragon does go out, then the Sword of Ascalon loses its power.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't think that was said because, like,
Trying to remember, was it actually said that, or I might have just been misinterpreting it? But one thing that that really I wish was done a lot more was Gwen having PTSD about Dagon being in her head. Because when Dagon gets in her head, she is terrified of that, and I really wish that that was something that was built up more throughout Ultimate Alien. Like, say for example, like I said, at the end of the Agrigor story arc, if it was Gwen instead of Kevin that was changed, and she was actually possessed by by Dagon being in her head, and that was the main plot point that ran throughout the whole of rest of Ultimate Alien. She's in cahoots with the Dagon and also by extension Vilgax, and they have to get her back. Not Gwen, Ben, Kevin, and also Julie at this point. Like, bring Julie into the forefront as part of the main group.
that would be interesting. But
Yeah.
it's
But
also
go ahead. It's also here we get a new alien, isn't it?
Yep, we get of the Oryctony species, Edel.
Who gets immediately bitch slapped?
Yeah, he immediately gets bitch slapped by Vilgax.
Yeah, cause cause here does Vilgax regains his power, doesn't he? In this episode.
Basically, Vilgax gets like absorbed into the crack, and like gets the Sword of Ascalon.
Yeah. And also as well, George gets Obi-Wanified, as I like to call it, because he goes from old George to young George with his gorgeous blonde hair. Yeah. So yeah, that will lead us into finding out more about George and the Sword of Ascalon in the next episode. Solitary Alignment, where we find out not just more about George and the Sword of Ascalon, but also we get Asimov's backstory, who is revealed that hey, he had a love interest in the form of Zenith, but he was so driven by his work that she just left him. Which, wow, someone leaving someone because they're a workaholic? I think that's rare for a kids show to have.
To my knowledge, yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, because
go ahead.
Because when Azimuth was younger, he was so obsessed with harnessing the primal forces of the universe, and he believes that and he created the sword because he saw a solar system in perfect alignment, and Azimuth was like, yes, I'm gonna create a sword that can tear through reality.
Yeah, and Zenith was just like, you're getting too obsessed with this. Like, just you don't have to do this. But he was like, no, I'm gonna do this. So it's like, right, I'm gonna leave you. And Azimuth didn't even. Azimuth was just like, here, she'll be back, but she never came back.
Also, as well, of this Ascalon was also used by an incursion warrior, which resulted in the destruction of the home planet of the incursions.
Yeah. So so at this point, like Azimuth was just like, this sword is too much. there's too much power in this sword. So this is where he finally makes his way to Earth. I do believe this is in this flashback. This is the first time Azimuth does go to Earth.
Yep. He also started to dedicate himself to more peaceful sciences. In fact, one of the reasons why he developed the Omnitrix was as an apology for Zenith.
Yeah, yeah. Which does that ever get resolved? Does Zenith even come into the present storyline?
No.
Oh, shame. So yeah, the sword, Azimuth gave George the sword as a way to fight the dragon, and this is where once Ben and everyone finds out about Azimuth's backstory, they're just like, okay, okay, we're gonna make an agreement with you, with you, George. You fight the dragon your way. And if that fails, we're gonna fight the dragon our way. So I do like the fact that they do come to that agreement. Like, okay, we're giving you a chance to do things your way, but if it all else fails, we're gonna be doing it our way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then the episode ends with Azimuth telling Ben, like he said, the reason why he created the Omnitrix was so that he had hoped Zenith would notice. So yeah, this episode was pretty nice to finally get an insight into why Azimuth is the way he is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but now we move on to episode 24, Inspector 13.
So in this episode, it kind of follows up from Greetings from Tekkanon, because we meet one of the Tekkanon weapon masters, Inspector 13.
Who essentially wants to capture Ben to experiment on him by trying to get the Omnitrix off, not the Omnitrix, the Ultimatrix off of him.
Which is a bit of a fruitless endeavor because that thing's a pain in the ass to get off.
Not if you have a sword that can saw Ben's arm off.
Also in this episode, the Ultimatrix gets busted up, and when Ben tries to transform, Gwen and Kevin end up transforming into some of Ben's aliens.
Yes, so we have Gwen turning into Diamond Head, and then Kevin turning into Jet Ray, and then and also Inspector 13's laugh is just creepy in this episode. Yeah. But also as well, we have Kevin as Wild Mort saying, "Not my road." I like that. Because even though he's growling, you can tell exactly what he's saying. Not my ride. Because again, his car gets destroyed in this episode again. But the other powers that we have is Gwen turning into Upchuck, which according to her is the worst power ever. Which, what do you think?
Disagree.
Yeah. But the highlight for me for this episode was Gwen turning into Raph, and just hearing Gwen speak as Raph was pretty hilarious.
It was.
Yeah. So yeah, but also as well, this is where we get the introduction into another new alien with Clockwork.
Yep, of the Chronosapien species.
Yeah. Who has the ability to look into the past, but not into the future.
At least to my knowledge. Also, he can shoot out lasers that can age things.
Yeah. Ooh.
As displayed by Ben 10,000.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Clockwork is pretty cool. It's a pretty cool alien.
Yep. Just you wait. He's going to get even cooler when we get to Omniverse.
All right. But before we do that, we're nearly there, Tyler. We're nearly there to the end of this.
Yeah, if Yins couldn't tell by us just droning on, this is arguably the worst part about Ultimate Alien Season 3. It goes on
and
forever.
on and on. Like season 3 is just like a bit abysmally too long. It is too long, season 3. So hopefully we'll get through the last few episodes really quickly.
Yep, starting with episode 25, The Enemy of My Frenemy,
where we finally follow up on Charmcaster being trapped in Ledger Domain. So we start off with Gwen as Lucky Girl. We finally get Lucky Girl back.
Yep.
So she goes to Hex's mansion, and it's basically like, "Hey, we're trying to help Charmcaster here. Do you want to team up?" And Hex is just like, "Nah, you do you." So we have Charmcaster's plan in this episode, which is to use forbidden magic to bring her dad back, which is she essentially does the Full Alchemist equivalent exchange here of just being like, I'm going to absorb all the souls to bring my dad back here, which includes killing the entire team of Ben, Kevin, and Gwen, albeit briefly, but still killing them.
Yeah, those guys are fucking dead.
Yeah. But what I do like about this whole situation and how it's resolved is the fact that Charmcaster's dad actually berates her for what she actually did. Because she thought like, oh, I'm doing a favor, I'm gonna get my dad back, and he's gonna be so happy about all of this. And he's just there like, wait, so you sacrifice people to bring me back? Yeah, I'm not having that. And so he basically says to Charmcaster, yeah, you're not getting me back if it means sacrificing others to get me back. Bye. And it's also in this episode where we find out that Charmcaster's real name is Hope. I hope you're paying attention to that name because it's going to be on the test. So, yeah. It was just nice that we actually got to see like the follow-up to Charmcaster's story arc here, and hopefully when she does return, not in Ultimate Alien, but hopefully in Omniverse, she's a lot more mellowed out. So yeah, unless you had anything else to say about this episode, we can move on to the next one, Tyler.
Not really. Let's move on to episode 26.
Catch a Falling Star. Where
it's basically it follows just Ben and Gwen this time, no Kevin. But it follows Captain Nemesis, real name Carl Nesmith, breaking out of jail, and Jennifer Nocturne actually wanting to be with him.
Yeah, and I get a feeling that if Captain Nemesis was a bit nicer, he probably would be with her.
Except for the fact the reason why Jennifer is in love with him is solely due to Stockholm Syndrome.
Yeah. So a lot of people say that this is the darkest episode. Even Tyler says this, and I do believe Shadow Dash said this to me, that somebody else said this to me. If it wasn't Shadow Dash, it was somebody else, that this was the darkest episode. And I have to like, I can see where you're coming from, but at the same time, I feel like the last episode with Charmcaster, just the fact that she was willing to sacrifice a lot of people, including the entire team of Ben, Gwen, and Kevin, just to bring her dad back. I feel like that may be a bit darker than this episode.
Fair enough, but at the same time, this is an episode about a relationship between a kidnapper and between a kidnapper and a hostage.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I can see. Like I said, I'm not. Oh, this is. I'm not saying that this isn't one of the darkest episodes because it really is. But would it? But I'm just saying, like, I'd say "Enemy of My Frenemy" might be a contender for the darkest episode, in my opinion. Yeah, but that's just my opinion. I feel like it just had more of like, oh my word, this person's going insane, like sacrificing all these people, sacrificing all these people to bring someone back who by the end of it was even just like revolted by what she did. So but yeah, I can see where you're coming from here, especially since Carl and Jennifer would commit murder just to get to Ben himself. So yeah, fair enough. You do, it is a potential contender for the darkest episode. But other than that, there really wasn't much to say. Other than the fact that also as well that Jennifer's mother basically abandoned her. So we have parent abandonment and neglect as well.
Well, yeah, Jennifer's dad abandoned her. But then she also ran away from home when she was 14.
Yeah, and her mother doesn't even care about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyway, with that said, Captain Nemesis, you are garbage and you deserve to rot in jail. So, with that said, we can move on to episode 26. 27. The Eggman Cometh.
Where we get introduced to another new alien, the Planchaculi jury rig.
Which I've got to say, not a fan of. Not a fan of one bit.
Basically, his whole shtick is that he can take apart and put back together machinery really quick.
Yeah, and I feel like someone like Brainstorm could easily do something like that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, maybe if I get more time to experience Jury Rig, I might change my opinion on him. But for now, he's not one of my favorite aliens. And also, this episode is basically just Dr. Animal doing a D alien except of doing it with parasitic creatures. He's doing it with eggs to turn people into pterodactyls. And we also have a pterodactyl leader here who is like, I want a name, give me a name. So, and he doesn't get a name, but I'm going to give him one. Ray. So the pterodactyl leader's name in this episode is Ray. But other than that, and also seeing more of Clockwork's towers, it's just a basic standard Animal episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
so not really
just a little freaky guy who takes apart machines.
Yeah, so not really much to say on that one. But the next episode, Couples Retreat, episode 28. Oh boy. We have Charmcaster X Darkstar. You know what? I kind of ship it. I do ship it. I don't know about
so much.
Yeah, you not so much. But yeah, essentially, in this episode, Darkstar goes into Ledger Domain and starts being with Charmcaster and flirting in a way. And by flirting, I mean they start attacking each other, training with each other, and then they flirt with each other. But also we get the notion here that names/words are power. Which, hey, if that's not a Bleach reference, it's a strange coincidence because that's because that's basically Bleach's shtick that names and words are power. And also in this episode, we get the battle of the girlfriends, because we have the missus and the ex, with the missus at this point being Charmcaster and the ex being Gwen, and Charmcaster being like, "You dated him? It was only for like 2 minutes, Charmcaster." So yeah, and also Darkstar being a dumbass for not remembering Charmcaster's real name, showcasing that he didn't really care about Charmcaster. He just wanted the magic.
Which is why I don't ship them.
Fair enough. I shipped them for all of 5 minutes because Charmcaster was being really like really flirty in this episode with Michael. Which you were I believe you were saying, oh no, that was for the Stockholm syndrome episode. But when we saw Charmcaster in a bed, I thought we were really gonna go like, oh my god, we're not gonna see Charmcaster and Darkstar in bed together. So yeah, that was one thing I was like, oh wow, are we really gonna go there? But no, we don't. So yeah, again, it was just a really nice good episode to see Charmcaster one last time before the series ends, and also Darkstar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, now we can move on to talking about episode 29, Night of the Living Nightmare, which is essentially just Ben stuck in a nightmare of most of his past enemies, plus his friends, and also they're giving him the silent treatment. So yeah, it's essentially because of the title. Ben is in a living nightmare when he's having to deal fighting with his friends and his enemies, and it's eventually revealed what is actually going on here. He has a Dream Eater attached to his face, which is essentially doing Darkrai from Pokemon's Dark Void attack, and the person behind it all was Albedo, because of course it is.
Yep. Except for the fact that he accidentally slipped and it got the weird dream eating face hugger thing on his own face. So really, he was in his own nightmare.
Yep, and honestly, aside from Ben taking a blast of radiation to the face and being frozen and ripping Energy's helmets off, showcasing like, oh, how many feats does Ben have in terms of battle prowess? But aside from that, really honestly nothing to say about this episode.
Yeah. It was decent, but
yeah, it was decent, but it was just like another standard Albedo episode. Nothing really special to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but now we move on to essentially the 3-part finale with the beginning of the end and the ultimate enemy.
Fun. But with the beginning of the end, we begin with the trio being assaulted by the Esoterica. While Kevin's trying to make his car submersible.
Yep, of course, because of course he is. And also as well, it starts as well with the big battle between the Forever Knights and Dagon's Esoterica. And the problem with all of this is that Ben doesn't really need to be here. That's the main thing. He's kind of just there because of his obligation to be there. But really, Ben has no stakes in this conflict.
Which
go ahead.
Yeah, then fair enough. Which is why I wanted Julie to be more involved with the Flamekeeper circle, so that way maybe we could like get some form of personal stake for.
Yeah, for Ben. It's not like with War of the Worlds where it's like, okay, yeah, if we don't take down the DN aliens, they're gonna take over. They're gonna take over our planet and basically genocide our people. That this is just like two groups who are just like, yeah, we hate each other, and we kind of just want to see who comes out on top. And the thing is that in the next episode, right after this, with the esotericus turning everyone onto Earth into esotericus, that felt like just so forced. It really did, because it gets resolved off screen. Yeah. And I feel like this war of Dagon and the Forever Knights could have worked on paper. It's just like it fumbles so much that it's just like they had no idea. Like, what are they building up to? Like, what's the goal here? Like, defeat an ancient enemy, defeat Vilgax. Like, what is the actual goal here?
Beat Vilgax, beat Dagon, and save the world.
Yeah. Whereas, like I said, they had a clear goal for like the DNA aliens. Like, okay, we got to stop these guys because they're genocidal, racist aliens, and if we don't, then we're all doomed.
I mean, they'd be doomed with Dagon as well.
I mean, yeah, they would be doomed with Dagon as well, but again, like the fact that Dagon has had has had barely any impact on Ben just makes it seem like, again, it's kind of like it's just being forced into this situation rather than being like, no, I really need to be here and get this done. And we have also Phil Gax absorbing the power of the Dagon after he's unlocked the seal. And basically taking on the power dragon to transform into this giant amorphous blob. And so Ben turns into Way Big, and it's just such a disappointing fight. It really is such a disappointing fight. And Ultimate Way Big is just Way Big, but bigger.
Yeah. And he doesn't really do much against Dagon. Like, you think like the fact that like this is like one of like Ben's heavy hitters, but stronger.
Yeah, and the way Vilgax is just like defeated by at the end of Ultimate Enemy. It's just like one sword stab was all it took to bring him down, and he just sits there like a bitch. While we have Ben, Gwen, Kevin, and Julie debating on what to do with the sword with the sword itself. Like, does Ben give up the power to save everyone, or does he absorb all the power into him? It's not, and Vilgax does try to play like the devil on Ben's shoulder here, but Ben doesn't listen to him one bit.
I guess that's to go to show that he's grown.
I guess, but at the same time, Vilgax, here's the thing, I don't mind being Vilgax to be the one to take over from Agrigor as like the big bad, but it's just like, again, the execution of just this whole story arc with the Forever Knights and Esoterica, it just fumbled so badly, and so big. It's like it was just thrown together at the last minute.
I don't know if a lot.
I don't know if you think that, like, but it just seems to be like this whole Dagon thing was just thrown at a wall to see what sticks without any rhyme or reason.
Yeah, it really does, especially with the way like Dagon gets defeated by being absorbed into like a giant soda can thing.
Yeah,
And Vilgax becomes the Dagon, and then it's just like a one-stroke duel, which, I mean, I wouldn't. One-stroke duels are cool, but I'd expect more of a fight.
between is this like Vilgax's final fight with Ben in the franchise?
No,
Oh, okay. Because if this was the case, then my God, that would have been an even worse way for Vilgax to go out. Then I think that would have been one of the worst ways for like the big bad of a franchise to go out.
yeah,
Yeah. But still, I will give the finale props. It does end on a high note. Ben does prove himself to Asmith at this point. He gets the new Omnitrix that Asmith has been working on, like the one that's like the this is my Omnitrix that I've been working on for some time now. Yeah, it's now yours, Ben. And Ben asks, like, can I get Master Control? Maybe for your 18th birthday. And it does end on a nice memory of Dwayne McDuffie. So that's nice that it ends on that note of just Ben getting his new Omnitrix, his improved Omnitrix, but at the same time, just the way it fumbled this story arc so much, it is, I would say, it is the worst story arc of Ben 10 so far.
that is a very fair thing to say.
Yeah. So really, the again, like I said, it would have been better if, like you said, if Julie was more involved in the esoterics, but also if Gwen was possessed by the dagger more. Like, at least then Ben would have personal stakes then to be involved in this war. And if we got more of him interacting with the Forever Knights and learning more about the culture, maybe it would have made me care more about the Forever Knights. But the Forever Knights in the whole of Ben 10 have been such wasted potential.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, the last thing to talk about is the Generation Rex crossover, which the I will say I do like the art style for Generation Rex. It's got me curious about actually checking it out. And seeing Ben and his aliens in this art style, it's like, oh my God, this is so cool.
Yeah, especially with like Wrath and the fact that he has like actual like fur texturing, or the Humongousaur looks a lot more scaly and
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
and not to mention with the new alien that gets introduced, the Gimlin Shock Squatch.
Yeah, which is really the only reason to watch the Generation Rex crossover if you're only viewing the Ben 10. But I feel like a lot. This was more of a Generation Rex episode than a Ben 10 episode.
Yeah, which is totally fair, but
Totally fair.
It was still fantastic, I think.
Oh, it was still fantastic, even though I and we got kind of like the bare basics of what Generation Rex is all about. But I will say I did like Rex stealing the Ben 10 theme song for himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I like how Ben got Rex to cooperate with him, where it's like, hey, I have more to lose here because I have my best friend, my cousin, and my grandfather that need me back at home. But there's one line that makes me feel like that really had me scratching my head when Ben explains where he's from and what he's actually all about, and Rex doesn't believe him. I'm like, Rex, you can manipulate the fabric of your body. That was it. Like, Rex doesn't believe that Ben could. Rex doesn't believe in aliens, and it's like, Rex, you can manipulate the fabric of your body. You've seen a hole in the fabric of reality, and oh yes, you are friends with a talking monkey. I'm pretty sure that aliens should be believed in your universe.
Well, to be fair, is that they don't deal with them on like a daily like Ben does.
Fair enough, but at the same time, it's like with the weird stuff that Rex seemingly involved with, it should be like, oh yeah, cool. Like he doesn't have to fully believe it, but just at the same time be like, huh, cool. Like not without outright dismissing it. But also as well, there is one other good thing about this episode about the Generation Rex crossover, especially if you're an Upgrade fan. We get Upgrade back, and Ben fuses with Rex as Upgrade.
Yeah, like I gotta admit that was killer.
Yeah. Oh, have I told you how much I love Upgrade?
Yes, you have.
Yeah.
And we also have like the main antagonist Alpha, who like take who like gets his own Ultimatrix, and like we get to see his own like hybrid forms of like all of Ben's different aliens.
Yeah. Sorry, Pie Jams. I forgot. Like, you comment. I like Forever Nights myself. Also, wow, 4 hours. Yeah, yeah. To be fair, it's not been as long as the Alien Force one. So yeah. But yeah, it's still pretty long. But there was a lot of episodes to get through. There was a lot to get through. So it makes sense it's this long. But yeah, fair enough. You like the Forever Nights. I just feel like they've just been wasted potential for what they were. But at the same time, if you like them, great, more power to you. I just don't care for them. Especially when they can be so easily defeated. So yeah, Alpha being the antagonist here, and especially when he becomes Heat Blast, that's pretty intimidating. But at the same time, like I said, it's more of a Generation Rex episode than a Ben 10 episode. But it was so cool to see the two series created by Man of Action to come together in this way.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with that, I do believe that is everything with Ultimate Alien. Like I said, really, this series has been a mixed bag for me. I mean, there have been things that I did like and I did enjoy, but at the same time, compared to Alien Force, I feel like this does come up a bit short. Also, I hope Generator Rex never gets rebooted. It was so good. They'll probably reboot it. Because everything gets rebooted at some point. Party Jams. So yeah, like I said, Ultimate Alien, mixed bag. I don't think it's as good as Alien Force in my opinion, but I'm probably in a minority when it comes to that front.
Actually, that seems to be changing because like a lot of people seem to be like turning a bit on Ultimate Alien.
Oh wow, because I've seen people putting Alien Force below Ultimate Alien, and I'm just scratching my head like, have you seen season 3 of Ultimate Alien?
Yeah, I don't get that either.
Because with Alien Force, like, say what you will about season 3 of Alien Force, but I will give it this: season 3 of Alien Force was at least consistent in what it was. It's like Ben and
shit.
No, I wouldn't say it's all consistently shit because Kevin it did have some highlights, like with Kevin basically feeling like why did it have to be me again, stuck as this mutated freak, and him basically being insecure. I did like Kevin's insecurities about how he looks and how people would perceive him as the mutated Kevin. So it wasn't all bad. It wasn't all bad, Tyler. Let's be honest. I would take season 3 of Alien Force over season 3 of Ultimate Alien any day of the week.
That's a spicy take.
Yeah, because at least season 3 of Alien Force wasn't fumbling around a lot. Like with, at least it had less filler. Let's be honest, Alien Force season 3 had less filler than Ultimate Alien. We have to at least give it that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, that was Ultimate Alien. I think I've made my thoughts on it pretty clear. It's not. It's by no means. It's by no means awful or unwatchable. Unlike a certain other series, All Stars Total Drama. Oh, what was that? What was that? But yeah, speaking of which, the next video that we'll be doing, we will be taking a break from Ben 10 for a while because we've got the Total Drama reboots, which initial impressions, very enjoying it, very much enjoying it.
Which goes to show that not all reboots are bad. Luke.
What? What did I say?
Because when that one comment at Party Jams saying like, I hope it doesn't get rebooted, and you're like, oh well, everything's going to get rebooted in Party Jams.
Fair enough. But no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it in like a way of like. I'm saying it in a way like, oh, it'll probably get rebooted, but hey, let's have optimism about it.
Yeah, because
as well, not only with Total Drama getting rebooted, there are other good reboots out there, like Doctor Who. That's a great reboot / revival continuation. Fairly Odd Parents had a good sequel reboot. Has a good sequel reboot going on. I'll have to watch that to be the judge of that. But one of like I would say the best reboots I've seen outside of Total Drama Island is the reboot of the UK Gladiators, because it's basically just the old series of Gladiators just in the 2020s. So that's my take of like highlighted reboots / revivals continuations. But yeah, so the next video before Omniverse will be a video on the Total Drama reboot. So look forward to that.
For additional clarification, we'll be taking a look at seasons 1 and 2 of the reboot. We know that only season 1 has officially aired in most of the world. But we will be taking a look at season 2 just to kind of get our thoughts out there. But don't worry, for those Yins who haven't seen the first season of the reboot, we will include a timestamp so Yins won't be spoiled.
Yeah, because unlike the rest of the world, the UK actually got the whole seasons 1 and 2 because of BBC iPlayer. So the BBC finally did something right for once. But until then, peace.
Peace.